Thank you.
Take a look at that.
All right.
All right. Well, and I call this meeting to order. I never used that terminology, but it says here to do it, so I did. Let's go ahead and take a roll call of who's here and do our introductions. I'll go ahead and start. I'm Ron Tolman. I am the council chair, and I also am the full-sized four-wheel drive representative on the council.
I'm Rachel Toker. I'm the grants analyst for the off-highway vehicle program within the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
I'm Scott Wheeler. I represent the off-road motorcycle interests.
I'm Eric Nelson. I, in the past, has been the dealer representative. And probably still will be.
Tyson Todd, School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration.
Brad Christensen, Hawaii State Safety Representative.
Brody Johnson, ATV representative.
Okay, and we've got one member of the public in the room.
Brett Stewart with POHV advocate.
Do we have anybody on a phone call or online
Not
with us?
yet. It's
Okay.
my understanding that, oh, speak of the devil. Hey, Cheryl, can you hear us? Well, Cheryl, we're going around the room to do introductions. So if you just want to go, or I can introduce you. So online we have
She's muting on and off.
Oh.
I think she's trying to-
get it all worked out.
We still can't hear you, Cheryl.
Yeah. Oops. All right. Well, I can do Cheryl's introduction. So Cheryl Butler, she is online and she is with the Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest. I believe that she's based out of South Jordan. And then Jason, we're just going around the room right now and doing introductions. Do you just want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Jason Blanknagel, here in Vernal, Utah, and member at large.
Great.
Great. Well, thank you and welcome. Welcome to our meeting today. We have to approve the agenda before we.
This new, so as everyone could see,
Never
we're now
approved.
having a packet with everything. So our agenda is a little bit different this time around. This is kind of something that we copied over from State Parks. So it just has an approval of agenda
Okay.
and approval of the
So
meeting minutes.
it's listed as an action item, so we take the action on it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would entertain a motion to approve our agenda. Has everybody had a chance to look at the agenda? All right.
I say that we got.
Okay. I have a motion from Brody. Do I have a second?
Scott Wheeler seconds it.
Scott Wheeler. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? I don't think we need to take a roll call on that type of vote. Next up is the approval of the April 25, 2022 meeting minutes. Emailed out to each of you, and also in the packet that you each have is a copy of the agenda. Or not the agenda, but a copy of the minutes from the last meeting. I think they're titled incorrectly.
Are they?
Where this says draft agenda.
Oh, it stays a draft agenda
Oh, it's until we
approve.
approve it. Okay.
Yeah.
I presume everybody has had an opportunity to review those if they wish. Are there any comments or corrections to the meeting minutes? In that case, I would entertain a motion to approve the April 25 meeting minutes? Okay, Fred's made a motion. Any second?
Scott Wheeler will second it.
All right. All those in favor?
Hey,
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The meeting minutes for April 25th are approved. All right. Next up is the opening of new council seats. I'm going to turn some time to Rachel to talk to us about what council seats are open and what actions we need to take and what the process is.
Yeah. So right now we have 2 open positions. We have the at-large representative as well as the youth representative. I know historically, and you can see the applications in your handout. I know historically that we've had a lot of issues trying to get a youth representative in place. So if anyone knows anyone, please let us know or have them reach out to us. Ultimately, these are what is going to be posted online as well as on our website. It's probably going to close September 30th because our potential next meeting is going to be sometime in October. It'll likely be a site visit with like a very brief meeting just to approve these new seats. Are there historically in place for them? I don't know if we want to, and it's something that if we think that there's a question that we should reword or anything like that, please let me know, especially with like the primary objective for youth. I don't know if that's the best. I believe that it's like 6 to 18. It can be very young. I don't know, because our last person that we had, I think that they were 8. Because technically,
The last person that we had was
He's about 14, 15.
Yeah.
was he?
the kid from Rocky Mountain.
Yeah.
From Payson, he was 18.
Yeah.
He was a teenager?
And it was an earlier team, but yeah.
Was that the one from like 4 years ago? Okay, because we had another one.
We had one since then, but he was a little bit. He
He
was
was
a
younger.
teenager too. He was
Was
a
he?
younger kid. He was a younger teenager, but he was.
Anyways, I don't know if we want to put an age.
I think you
Probably.
need to put an age.
Yeah.
That just seems weird to have. That was my first one. You'd have to have mom and dad or mom there or something. That's just
Yeah.
an 8-year-old voting. Great, but really?
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to do like 16?
16 to 18. They ought to be able to drive.
Well, or yeah,
Mom and dad.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
How long does
Good
the
with
term last for them?
It's the same as us.
So I
Everyone.
probably better go 12 to 18.
Is that statutory in any way? The term, because that seems like it's been too long of a term for these kids,
It
and they're
really
not
is.
able to fill the whole
Too much
term.
going on.
Do we
in 4
have the
years.
discretion to change that, or do we need?
I'll look into it. So Shane is not here, our attorney general. He's not on this call today. But I'll have him look into it to see if we can change
Yeah.
that where it's like a 2-year term.
Yeah, if it's possible, that would be my preference to change it if we have
Yeah.
the authority to do that.
And we are trying to make it so that, especially now that the fiscal incentive grant is a biannual grant, that we have less meetings and more like outings
Yeah.
where we actually get to enjoy the work that we do and see it
This is an
firsthand.
outing?
Not this one. This is a meeting.
And I wonder if there's any way that we can incentivize it further for a kid.
Hmm.
Maybe work through the Department of the Education Department or whatever, and maybe get credits, school, or something that would help them with
That would
Resume
be,
for college or
Right,
something
some
like
kind of a,
that. Some kind of incentive to,
something we can
because they're
give
gonna
them.
have to miss school.
yeah.
And that.
Oh,
And
Kirk,
so
you are
it'd be
here.
nice to have this incentivized.
Yeah. Hey, Kirk. We are just on line item 2 of the agenda, the opening of new council seats. We're just discussing the youth application right now.
Good. Can we take just a minute and Kurt, can you introduce yourself? You're on mute. No,
There you
can't
go.
hear you. There.
Now try it.
Who are we talking to?
There you go. We can hear you.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Kirk Chester, the snowmobile representative.
Okay.
So right now we're just thinking of changing it to age 12 to 18 for the youth representative, and we're going to be looking into if we can.
Did we say 12 to 18 or did we?
What are we thinking? 16 to 18?
I
Or 14 to 18? 14?
I like 14 to 18.
Yeah.
I think 12 might be just, there's
Too
quite a bit of
young.
difference between a 12 and 14, you know.
Yeah.
I like the idea of ninth grade, you know.
Yeah. In high school.
yeah, it's 14. Yeah.
14.
Yeah. And we're thinking
And that
of,
would be pending
Oh.
the attorney general telling us we're allowed, like,
yes.
confirming that we're not breaking a statute or something.
Yeah. So I'll
Or
have to
rule.
have him look into that. He's pretty good at those things. And then we're also going to see if we can probably have any incentives for the youth rep, like can they get credits with their school? Also, because if we have an all-day meeting like this, then they'll have to take off time for school and getting the exception like that. Also, if we allow for credit, we'll probably actually open up more applicants, well, potential people that want to do that so that they can get credits, additional credits.
And maybe even if they intend to make outdoor recreation their future location, that this could even
Yeah.
potentially open up into some maybe internship in the future with the division or department or whatever. So that it could be, we should incentivize this with all sorts of different ways.
Yeah,
I'm thinking more along the monetary means 14-year-old doesn't necessarily think about what his career is going to be, but he might think about, something else that has monetary value and
Well, they would be, I think, entitled to mileage reimbursement and some of the things that some of those benefits we're getting. I don't know if we can pay them, but
oh, there you
but
go.
we could,
Whoa,
you
right
know,
there. I was in
get
the-
out of school for lunch and split the gas reimbursement with your mom. That sounds
right.
pretty.
Also, if they're driving, like let's say, like so, everyone that left, I think it was before 6 a.m. The breakfast is kind of weird, but like you'll get reimbursed for breakfast, you'll get reimbursed for lunch. We're doing something where you get 62 cents per mile. So
He would get the card also for the state parks too, right?
Not any longer because we're not under state parks.
Yeah, we're no longer under state
so we
parks,
don't get them either now.
But we're going to see if we can work something out like that. I know that internally they're kind of doing it where like to incentivize their employees, like if you do something major, like you get like a national parks pass or you get a state parks pass, those kind of things. So it's definitely something that we want to look into, because now it's nice that if you're traveling, like we can reimburse your mileage, we can reimburse for food and stuff like that. Also the per diem for food just increased where I think it's 50. Are your state, right?
Give it all back to the state. So I'm not
Oh, okay.
program.
But do you know how much it is now?
You just go up.
It's like $56 or
What is it for dinner?
yeah, it's $26 for dinner. So right off. Yeah, exactly. So right off the bat,
Where did you eat?
The restaurant, if you call it.
it's expensive. I didn't go because of that. So yeah, so there is that possibility. But no, I think it's something that we should look into. If that's the case, I was thinking of leaving this open for a month, but maybe we want to push it back where we have it open still potentially September 1st, but we close it like October 15th so that we can kind of work out all of the internal items.
So when it wouldn't be voted on and approved till our next meeting, right?
Yes,
And
which
so we have some time.
we do. I was thinking of doing a site visit sometime in October where we could have, like, we go to lunch and we have a very quick, brief 30-minute meeting and pretty much just get these approved.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Or we could push it out until sometime in April. Really, it depends. The last page of this handout has potential meeting dates for the remainder of this year as well as into 2023. Just for, I know Paul is not on this call right now, but he's internal and he will praise us if we get these dates set. So, but yeah.
So do we need to vote about the changes here? It's an action item. So
Is it an action item?
It's listed as an action item. Opening of new council seats action.
Well,
But I think all we're doing is approving for you to open that.
yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just
Some
kind
of the
a
other stuff we
review.
talked about, we don't necessarily need to.
No.
Take an action on, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
So we just need a motion to open the county seat. Is that what we need?
Yeah.
Right, and authorize Rachel to put this out to the public.
All right, so, Tyson Todd make a motion, open the new council seats, at large and youth seat. And then to, look at the changes to make the age group, 14 to 18 and a 2-year term. And then also to investigate some, incentives or otherwise to attract youth applicants to be on council.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll
Brody?
second that.
All right, we got Brody and Kurt both. You can record whichever one you want.
Yeah.
Um,
I like to switch it up with people.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Rachel will go ahead and post those and keep us up to date.
Yes, and I will figure out when we want to have a closing date. Internally, we'll figure that out. Whatever is going to be best and easiest for all of us. Okay.
So the next item on our agenda is we just want to publicly and announce that at our last meeting we voted and we appointed Eric to serve another term. I don't recall, did we appoint you to be the dealer rep again, or did you become at large? Was it the dealer rep that we
Dealer rep.
renewed? So we renewed your current position. So welcome to continuing to be on the board. We appreciate your input and your insight and thoughtfulness, and we'll continue on with that.
Thank you. Happy to serve.
We're glad you're willing. All right. Next is public comment period. Rachel, do we have any emails or any public comment that was made beforehand?
No. Also, I think going forward, I mean, it kind of depends on the circumstance, but ultimately, putting out a form, trying to keep track of it, sending it out, closing it, post everything. It's just, a major pain. So this time around, I was just like, if people want to drive here to talk in person, they can. This was the YouTube link is posted, as well as the Google Meet was posted. So it does have that capability where if there is a public comment, they can make it now.
Right.
Brett is here.
Yeah, we do have one member of the public in the room. Does this person wish to make any public comment?
I do.
All right.
Okay.
Brett Stewart with you, always be applicant. So it looks like some great applications here. I've got a couple of concerns. One of them, well, actually not concerns. There's a IU application for signage, education signage. I think that's a great one. There's another one that's education from Grand County Motorized Trail Ambassador Program. Myself and many others in the OHV community has a little bit of a problem with that one because we ran House Bill 180 and I participated in drafting the language for that. It's going to be mandatory for all off-highway vehicle operators in state and out of state. It'll be a one-time course, takes about a half hour, and that'll go into effect on January 1st of 2023. I think that's going to take care of a majority of the education. And so with that, there'll be plates on there so we can identify lawbreakers, but we've covered all the bases of like crypto, don't go off trail, picking up garbage, treat other riders. We pretty much have the course. We have gates on there, gates open. So we've covered a lot. There'll be about 3 2-minute videos from the Grand County provided. And there'll be 2 of them from Tread Lightly that participated, and we allowed them to come up with a couple of questions and answers. And then there'll be 30 questions with true or false throughout the test. It can be done online. It's going to be an awesome thing, and I think we need to give that a chance before we start throwing a couple $100,000 at more education. So we kind of have a little bit of a problem with that.
I have a quick question on that. So I've had a couple of people at this jamboree ask about that. If they register their vehicle, say, end of November, they don't have to then take the test until the end of November of 2022, correct? So do they have to start taking the test? Yeah, they can.
January 1st is when it will be available online for everybody. But we put in a 30-day kind of a cushion in there so that it won't be enforced for until at least February.
So if they don't have to re-register their machine until November of 2023, they still have to take the test sometime by February.
Yeah.
And then register in November, but their current sticker that they got this year would be in effect until November, and then they would then get the new plate for November 2020.
Yeah. So as far as the plates go, when they pop up for renewal, that's when there'll be one additional cost of $7, and that's it. And then from then on, they'll just get stickers just like the street legal. So yeah,
and then they'll still be the street legal. So the street legal plates will either be the white or the arches plate, and then down for that fits the process.
exactly. So for the non-street legal, there'll be a 10 plate with black numbers on it. I shared a picture of it with Eric, and so that will be so that we can identify them. Because we've had a lot of issues with people going off trail and ripping pinch points and so forth. So this way we can identify them if that happens by putting a plate on the rear of the vehicle for non-street in Utah only. So the out-of-staters will still get a sticker, but before they receive their sticker, they're going to have to show that they've taken the test, the online course, for one time only before they receive the sticker. And that'll all go into effect on January 1st. So I think we ought to really give that an opportunity to do its job. We've covered a lot of stuff. And like I say, we invited Grand County and Tread Lightly to participate in it. It's going to be a really good deal. So I really hesitated to have Grand County come up with their Trail Ambassador program. There's been, and I really hate to say this, but there's been some problems in Grand County with Moab. For the last 5 years, they tried banning off-highway vehicles in Grand County at Moab. Right now, there's a moratorium. There's no UTV events allowed. They have to follow the peace officer. Everybody was allowed to go with their off-highway vehicles except for UTVs or ATVs, so the Jeep could go, trucks, anybody. They got a moratorium on. We just don't feel like Grand County at this time, and I hope it changes in the near future. I've been trying to work with them for 5 years, and we're in some negotiations now, but I just don't feel like they're qualified. They're trying to eliminate us out of there. How are they going to educate the riders? So that's my opinion of that, and so I encourage you to put this application on hold for now, and maybe in the near future it would qualify a little bit better once we become friendly and they accept us. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Appreciate your comments.
I have a comment. I'm concerned about the people knowing about this, that January 1, I'm going to need to take this test, correct?
There'll be, so the new OHV program, Chase, then they'll be sending out a lot of flyers, Facebook information. We're going to really start pushing on hard. The
Are
test
they
is
going to send something directly to
Yeah.
people who are registered, who have a registered?
yeah. In
Okay.
fact,
So
what
you'll
they've
get a
done,
mailer.
what we was able to do
Yeah, I
is,
was thinking, I would go for it.
yeah, we worked with the DMV and they're allowing us to put just a line on their kind of attention and letting them know about this new online course that's going with that. So when you license it, you'll get that reminder.
And Chase, right now, Chase is in Tennessee for an event, but he said that he would come on at some point today. So when he does, that's what he's been working closely with pretty much day in and day out. So he'll have a lot more information. So if there are any questions, or if you know people within the OHV community that do have questions, free to reach out to Chase or direct them to Chase.
I think it'll be a great deal, 180, and I think it's going to help a lot of trouble going on. And a lot of the people, the folks that ride, don't really realize that they're doing wrong. So we're hoping this education class will help. So I think we should give that a chance, folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brett.
Hey, one other question, I'm sorry. Off-road motorcycles don't have the plate, or they have the plate for off-road, or is it a sticker still?
Motorcycles will be exempt from the plate, but they still will be required to take the
If
plate.
that's, okay.
Snowmobiles will be exempt from the force and the plate, and husbandry will be exempt from the plate and the force. Ranchers and farmers need to go chase their cows, so why are snowmobile areas? It's a whole complete different thing. It's, where are you going to mount it on a snowmobile? I mean, it's almost.
Well, no, well, I get the plate versus sticker thing, but why not the
Force.
course, or some kind of accessible or something?
They're categorized differently.
It's a completely different, basically, division from, so what we're doing is we're approaching motorcycle, off-highway motorcycle, type 1, 2, and 3 off-highway vehicles. Snowmobiles kind of its own other category. And so we don't feel like the snowmobiles are as big of a problem, like with the pinpoints down and going off the road. So maybe that's something that could be done in the future. And I think they already have a great well adequate program. And we've even been approached by why didn't we make Jeeps for everybody that actually goes off highway. This is just taking a step for education. I think the biggest problem is the type 1, 2, and 3 zone.
Well, we got 90% of the snowmobiles are already got an ATV.
So they'll get the course anyway.
Yeah.
And most of us that have Jeeps have another machine as well, so.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll hit everybody.
People who are out a lot have multiple machines, so they should get hit, I would think. They should get.
I was even approached. It's okay to talk.
Yeah.
We was even approached a gal from Grand County, Andrea. She sent me an email and said, "Why don't we make everybody do this every year? We don't want to jam this down everybody's throat, but we don't like government overreach. But this will be a good introduction to the folks that came from old school where there was no designated routes, and you can all learn a little bit from it. But the biggest problem is the 5 to 10% that really don't know they're doing wrong, or they do know they're doing wrong. And now we all have to suffer from taking the court. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can end it.
There'll be enforcement on, people that rent machines.
Yeah.
Like strict enforcement.
Yeah. So all rental companies, will have to have their, customers take the course. So they can take it if they come from Pennsylvania, they can take it before they get here and they just prove it. But before any rental machines go out, they will have to have taken it. But if there's a toy company, for an example, in Moab, if they're with a Utah licensed toy company, they won't be required because they'll be on a full. So they're exempt, just like they are, like if there's an event like Rally on the Rocks, as long as they're participating in that event with guys, they won't be required to do it until from out of state. But if they go a day before or a day after, they better have that in it.
In your San Marcos Jamboree, they would have.
If they're participating in a jamboree and they're from, say, Colorado, while they're participating in the guided rides, they would not. If they're from outside,
They go run a trail on their own.
if they go on a trail on their own, then they're required to do that. If they show up a few days early and they go riding, they're required.
If that's something supposed to get before you change in the January, but people.
Yeah.
It'll take some time. You know what? They're not going to push hard. Law enforcement. I mean, they're not going to. A lot of warnings are going to happen, within the first year or so. I mean, we just don't want to jam it into everybody. So it'll take a little bit of time. That's why we put a 30-day cushion on it to let people start getting the feel of it, spread the word, and I think it'll take off. And and also if there was any hiccups on the online course, it gives us 30 days to put it to the test.
So is the state parks going to do the enforcement? Or
All law enforcement. I hope we can police it ourselves and get plate numbers if needed. If we see somebody ripping through a metal, a year ago there was on Facebook that showed a bunch of ATVs up in Mirror Lake area, and they were having mud box out in a nice, beautiful metal. There was no way to identify them because of the plate. That's one of the reasons we went towards it.
we just have one of those fire get jamboree, there's an all the park for this.
Now you let law enforcement know and they'll take care of it. There was one in Castro Canyon also.
We waited for over an hour and we killed them there and then guys left.
Just turn it into law
We
enforcement.
didn't have sticker on it.
They
They stayed away from us.
After, next year, once we have plates, we can help solve the problem. So anyway,
Brett, one more question.
Okay.
Will we get a piece of paper we have to pack with us to show if we've taken the course?
we're still working on that. Who's going to store all the data? We're close, but
Okay.
you can take a screenshot that
It's,
shows you successfully took it.
it's likely going to be also on an app so that you can kind of just pull it up.
Can it be at some point just connected for those that have driver's licenses so that, when an officer or somebody scans your license plate, they will scan it. They can see where you live, they can see everything about you, and they can see if
It
Trying
will
to get
be.
the driver's license division to do that, kind of like a motorcycle license. It says you're talking a lot of.
So no, it
Well-
doesn't have to be something printed on your license.
Yeah.
It just has to be something that pops up when they.
Right. So what we're trying to do is trying to get so the people that are going to store the data, make it so that law enforcement can look it up and go in the driveway. So it'll get better and better, but at the beginning, that's kind of what the direction it's going. Or you can take the screenshot, because at the end, we've already done a couple of tests. Just take a screenshot, successfully done it, and it asks for your name and driver's license number and everything.
It will be using the same exact search, not engine, but like network that law enforcement uses. So like when someone searches you, like all of our rangers, I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's incorporated in there. So, and again, Chase knows a lot more about it.
Yeah.
And he can also talk
And
about
it's
it.
just still a work in progress. We're
Yeah.
We've been working on it.
And you invited Grand County to submit their videos to try to butter them up?
No,
Play nice
I
with them?
believe they reached out to Chase or somebody on our little committee that we formed to come up with the test, and they asked if they could and say we tread lightly. So we
Was there any
welcome
bias in what they presented against OHVs, even if kind of into no type bias?
They were very helpful. Andrea that runs the Sand Flats area up there, it's these little mini videos that you've seen that shows them out on the trail. We took that, but we had them edit out Moab so that it kind of shows the problem throughout the state, not just Moab. So we done a little bit of editing. That cost us a little bit of money, but they were very helpful. So we appreciate them very much. So I don't want my comment here, but hopefully the future will change on our welcome in that area.
Any other questions or, all right.
Swatting flies,
Swat
yeah.
and flies, that's gonna be
I know during
the thing.
lunch.
So, unless we want lunch at 11:05, let's go ahead and just continue on to the next item on our agenda. And we will, we'll break for lunch when it's about that time.
Yeah.
Rachel, did we pre-order anything, or are we what's gonna be the logistics for that? Do we need to plan ahead
Did
at all?
pre-order.
Okay.
We're gonna pick it up
Okay,
unless we wanted to go over there and have it there.
so we'll need to make a call.
I have it set up so that they're gonna do it for 12 o'clock.
Okay, so when they get here, we'll break, right?
It's like right next door.
Right.
So I was just gonna go probably run and pick it
Okay.
up or force someone to go pick it up.
All right. So let's
So-
watch the clock and do
Yeah.
that. Okay. To the meat of the meeting. Review of the FIG 2022 Q1 summer grant proposals. So this is the first quarter of the new fiscal year, and some of what was on the grant application and the instructions on the application is different than it's been in the past, with the percentages and
yes.
and some of those types of things. So I don't know if we need to review that or just address those things as we bump into them. Should we just go ahead and
I can
start going in order, or?
give a brief rundown of things if we want to.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
would, I think,
So
because I think there's one category that's no longer able
Two.
to be funded.
two categories.
And so we should be aware of that.
So right now we currently only have 4 different categories. We're kind of trying to redo a lot of different things with the fiscal incentive grant. A lot of it's kind of unfortunately been put on the back burner. But just to I'll give you a little background after this. But so for trail work and acquisition, we have kind of like a sliding scale for these depending on how much need there is at that time. So it ranges from 60 to 75%. So at 75%, it would be like $2.4 million. Access protection is a 5 to 20%, with the minimum being $162,000. Search and rescue was increased to 10%, as well as education was increased to 10%. As everyone can see, in the red here for the potential use, there's a lot of demand for search and rescue. We're repeatedly being asked regarding search and rescue. I know that there is another grant out there, but it is a grant that reimburses fuel after the fact for search and rescue. But other than that, it's pretty much just up in the air. So this is like a very needed category, but also it's up to the discretion of the advisory council members how we want to go about this. It's my understanding that we are trying to work and look into a potential grant where we're able to fund more for search and rescue, off-highway vehicle search and rescue. On that note, we did remove tourism as well as the other category. As everyone knows, we've had a lot of issues with the tourism category. Also, we are working with the Office of Tourism on these items. So instead of having a sporadic application for different areas, we're focusing on different parts of the state that really need and want OHV tourism. To give you an idea, I believe that we're looking more towards in the central Utah area. We're still working on this. And then we're going to have a separate tourism promotion part of it for the High Desert Trail. So we're going to do those different those different county-wide areas. And then also we are still working on mapping. We actually did just hire someone. We have a new planner within our division, and she does have experience with ArcGIS, but we're also at some point probably going to be putting an RFP, request for proposal, out for someone to do mapping for motorized and non-motorized. So that, again, that's the reason why we removed the tourism category as well as the other category. Right now, if with the other category, it allows a lot of potential for the ability to break statute as well as potentially administrative rules and internal policies. So for us, it was just easier to kind of removing that. So later down the road, we don't run into any issues with it. So that's where we're at right now. As everyone, go ahead.
I just have a question back to the GIS, back to the mapping. So we have a couple grants today that are asking for funding on this. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that? You said, so you're working on it or ready to go, or?
We're working on it. So instead of having, like, at least historically in the past, we approved about 57 different like AYL at your leisure mapping grants, as well as the promotion part of it. That was total combined, but they're all over the state. And so what we wanted to do is to eliminate having it very small, one-off, a couple trails here and there. We want to have it at a centralized database on our website. We're the ones providing it. We're working with the Forest Service, the different land managing agencies, and doing that. Ultimately, right now, it's coming down the line. It's just we're all overworked, and trying to make time for additional projects has become cumbersome for us. So I haven't really heard too much on it. Again, it is definitely on everyone's radar, especially with our deputy director who oversees the grant people. So pretty much like my upper supervisor, she's very aware of it and working on that. So it is coming. We just don't have a timeline right now.
Awesome news.
Yeah.
All that information's out there already.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Put it somewhere, make sure it's accurate, work with different agencies regarding it. I know that we've had some input from our advisory councils regarding that in the past. We intend to continue that, but right now we're kind of just like, we have some other bigger items that we're working on. I know Chase, every time he goes out into the field, he consistently asks people what type of mapping system they use, where they're getting their information, et cetera, to kind of get an idea, general feel, especially if he's out on a trail, meeting people from out of state as well, not just internally in Utah, trying to figure out what the best solution is. So yeah, I know that he has a couple different ideas on it. It's probably going to be Chase's child that he manages, but right now he's focusing a lot more so on House Bill 180 with the education changes for OHVs.
Super.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
I know that in Spirit County, they're putting all the mapping together and they're tying in emergency home numbers. So when you dial 911, it tells you where they're located at. And I know they've incorporated the Pioneer Trail, they've incorporated surrounding counties. Some of the counties haven't done their work on the 911 or 911. Spirit County, and I know I have, and it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
So you just go up Canyon and that they know right where you're at on the cell phone.
Yeah, which is something that I think would be great to incorporate statewide, especially as you guys can see, search and rescue is a major category that we time and time again are getting requests for. So
She helped me draw a bunch of maps for me.
Yeah.
That's how she tied it in when I did some of the Parker and I did some of the things. She helped me put it all up. She based it off of that. You have to get approval from the Forest Service, the BLM, and CIVA Okay, can we use your map?
Yeah,
And then she downloaded it all into one.
which is what we'll be doing.
So I had one more comment, sorry.
Yeah. You're good.
Just back before we start this grant process, so search and rescue, I did have a question there and, maybe someone else can answer this, but so as far as their revenue, so if you got a search and rescue here in Panguitch, where's your revenue to run that thing coming from?
You say the town, I want to say?
So on Uinta County Search and Rescue, we get an allotment from the county. I think Uinta County is only like 50,000 a year that we get from the county. But other than that, we run security at the rodeo.
Donation.
Donation.
Yeah.
We run security at Halloween Scare House. We were one of the nonprofits that they donated some of the earnings to.
Mm-hmm.
So we go make a lot of our own money. But we have two accounts. We have a trust account, which is the money that we put into it, and then the county account, which is only like 15,000.
I was under the impression that there was another grant program in the state. Is that the one you're talking about, this Just Fuel, or is there another grant program on top of that?
Good. I'm gonna have Brett talk on that because I know that he is more knowledgeable on that aspect of it. I don't know too much about it. It's my understanding that it's after the fact, so it's like after a search and rescue takes place.
So is it okay to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so I love search and rescue, and we all do. So anyway, so right now they receive 50 cents per registration for off-highway vehicles. Highway Patrol receives $1.50 per registration, and it almost ought to be reversed, but they do have the helicopter. I ran a bill last year that went in effect January 1st of this year, that on our registration card, it used to say ATD education, you could donate $2. I scratched that because we have enough money through the FIG program now. And I put search, you can donate $3 to search and rescue, split it with EMS. And so that will go into a restricted fund. So after this full year of collecting from everybody that has a vehicle, trailers, everything. I mean, I donate every one of my ATVs $3. So we're hoping that'll create a nice little pot of money for them. And I talked to Nate Curtis, and he's on the committee that overlooks the restricted fund. And he says this is exciting because this is the first year they've been able. So all the search and rescues supposedly throughout the state will send an invoice that, they had to pay for fuel or equipment or whatever. And then he's been able to satisfy every one of the invoices. So it's getting better and better for them. There's also some talk of running a bill this year. I've talked to a couple of legislatures that with this $36 million that was granted to the outdoor rec, we want to see a whole bunch of money go into the search and rescue program. So hopefully, within a year, once things start falling into place, there's going to be a huge pocket of money available for them. So that, last year, Darren Bushman ran a bill that anybody that signs up for EMS, they, I think after they've been there for 1 year, they can get medical insurance because we're all volunteer. We would like to see something like that for search and rescue for volunteers. Something for an incentive to keep more coming in and take care of the ones that are existing. So there's a lot of things in the works for search and rescue, but right now they're kind of dependent on this isn't available, which I hugely support, but hopefully it'll ease off a little bit, like maybe after the end of this year. Is that helpful?
Yeah. It's hard to keep track of all of them and what we have, who we have helped, and is it being used, and is it, I always like the percentages. I mean, if we're going to keep doing this, that's what it really comes down to is, okay, we've got this many that we go on and this percent, but, I know they have to estimate and whatever, but it really does. I mean, we want to make sure everybody's safe, but at the same time, we got to be good stewards with the money that we've been entrusted to by the OHV community, right?
Yeah.
To divvy out. So, okay.
So I wanted to make a comment, or I guess maybe a suggestion before we get into that. Rachel, can you go to the spot where it shows us what the categories are and the percentage ranges? So right up there where it shows the categories and the percentage ranges, that information was on the instructions of the application. So all the applications looked at those numbers and saw those percentages before they submitted their application. I think we're all aware that we have search and rescue grant applications totaling a little more than twice, or maybe a little less than twice. Maybe some of the numbers changed from when I added up, or I fat fingered something. But if we're gonna have to not fully fund all of the search and rescue applications because we've got that 10% maximum. It actually says on the application up to 10%. I recommend that what we do is we go through this and we look at each of these on their face. Some of them are better than others, I think, and let's wait till we're done looking at them all, and then we'll have to address the search and rescue, the limitations separately. We might decide that we want to, because this is the number for the entire year, we might decide that we only want to use half of our money on this grant cycle and use the other half in the next grant cycle, and that pinches us even more. Or we might decide that we want to use it all, but I think we'll better be able to make that decision after we've gone through and come up with a number that we wish we could fund, first of all. So I don't know, does anybody else have any thoughts on that process of just looking at them, and then we'll deal with the numbers later? Any input?
I have a thought, and maybe it goes into what Eric was saying, is that, let's say we grant out stuff for search and rescue, they have a machine to go out there. You're not going to come up and say, hey, are you a motorized person? Are you a non-motorized person? When they're laying on the ground bleeding, they're going to pick them up and take them.
Right.
I'm just wondering if there's an avenue to bring non-motorized money, and that's kind of an evasive term, but money that comes from what we traditionally call non-motorized funding to come in and match. I don't have a problem saying, hey, we're going to pull some money from some hikers over here and put into this for search and rescue, and go for it. I like that, but I want to see some skin in the game from these other people.
Yeah, I think at this point, for what we're looking at, we're relying on the way they filled out the application. Right. And some of them are suggesting that their project is 100% OHV related, and I'm going to be questioning some of that when we get into them. Others have provided us with data and suggested it was a different amount, and their match reflects the fact that it's a different amount, and I'll have different opinions about those applications. So I think at this point we just have to take what they've given us, and for me, a great application is one where they've considered what portion is OHV, and they're only asking us to fund OHV related thing, and they're trying to get funds somewhere else. And I know it's hard. Obviously it's hard. Otherwise they wouldn't be putting in all these applications to us. They've definitely struggling to find money, and this is an opportunity, and they're taking advantage of it. And we have the discretion to spend up to 10% of our funds for this, and it just ends up that it's not going to be enough. But yeah, that would, like, as far as a mechanism, I think that's something for that the search and rescue community's got to figure out, is how to get funds from sources other than OHV. But my comments as we go through these is a lot about what the percentages are and funding at an appropriate level, if at all, on certain grants and others. But I wish all of their applications gave us a reasonable description of why they made that calculation and what data backs it up, and was adjusted to a percentage that reflected the percentage of OHV use. I wish all the applications were like that. I think they're not all like that. And we'll get into those weeds, I think, as we hit each application.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think most of us, I wish they had more funds. When I look at this, I feel bad that
I do too.
they're applying to us so heavily, presumably because they can't find the money anywhere else, or it's very difficult to get.
Or this is a good grant.
Right.
It's around.
Right. Yeah. It's the low hanging fruit for them at the moment.
Yeah.
And with our percentages, it's not as low as they thought.
Right.
Some of them.
And as for non-motorized search and rescue, it has been brought up. It is something that Tara, I believe that you kind of all saw her on video briefly. She is a deputy director who oversees all the grant people. So she's like my upper supervisor. She's very aware of the non-motorized need for search and rescue. And it's something that, believe me, because like as a division within the division of outdoor recreation, we are consistently looking to assist where we can funding wise. And it has been kind of an outcry in that community because there is a need for it. And I do get questions quite regularly. Now I believe that they're just going to Chase, where people from the non-motorized community are just like, hey, like we have this need, but there's not a lot out there for us. Like, can we apply through this grant? And I have to unfortunately tell them no. So again, we're hoping that in the future, maybe even, I don't know about this legislative session. I think we're kind of all taking a major step back with everything that's going on. But in the future, to make those changes, it usually has to go through a House bill during the session. So
In Wayne County, when you go into Wayne County out by Horseshoe Canyon, there's a big sign that says, if you get lost out here and we have to come and find you, you will pay for it.
oh yeah.
And so I'm not sure how many counties have that. I'm not sure how well that has worked with Wayne County, but I have wondered that some of these costs of rescues have to be quite expensive. And of course, a lot of the people are volunteers, but again,
Yeah.
how do you balance this all out?
Right.
1 second. Can someone from the DNR confirm that the feed on YouTube is live and that sound is going through on YouTube?
We believe so. Stand by doing a confirmation check.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Should we be silent or can we keep talking until he gets back to us?
Hold on. Let's see.
He'll tell us if.
They said that the closed caption is working though, but the live YouTube feed is silent.
So this is maybe I shouldn't take the time for this because it's a little bit of an aside, but it's related to what we're talking about. I don't know if they still do it, but I know years ago in Colorado, you could contribute. It wasn't a license, but it was like $20 or something. You could contribute to the state search and rescue fund, and you would get a little card saying, I'm a member of the search and rescue. As a recreation person, I could say, I support this. I know the activities I'm doing tax your efforts, and I can pay a fee and get a little card. And whether or not you had a card was one component, and whether or not you would end up getting billed for your search and rescue effort. It was almost an insurance.
Yeah.
And Cliff Coons, when he was on the board, he brought that up a few times. I liked that because I want to help fund it, but how do you help fund it? And having it statewide and everything. I thought that was a pretty neat idea. Maybe there's something that could be done.
He says I need to talk, so.
Yeah.
You know more about. I'm not interrupting you guys, but
Yeah.
I love to. So there is a program for search and rescue for $25.
Uh-huh.
And then it's, like family package and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
but nobody's promoted.
In
We need
Utah, there
somebody-
is one?
There is one.
See, I wasn't even
You can
aware.
go online
Yeah.
and pay, gives you a card or I don't know,
Yeah.
take a card to give you print an email, and they put your name in the database, your family.
Yeah.
You can get, and then search and rescue can go in and request funds from that account that cover some of their
Insurance policy and
Yeah,
so.
stuff like a.
So we need to be
It needs to
involved
be
in promoting that.
Me and Shannon, Horseman sat on how do we promote it? It needs to get out there. It'll help fund search and rescue because the majority of them.
But I don't think there's a lot of people utilizing this, and there's probably not a ton of funds.
Yeah.
About it. I know we're down in
It's there.
Done.
It's there and we just need to figure out how to promote it.
Yeah. See, that's
It'll help us and them.
As soon as you get to the ambulance, you get to do it.
Then they.
that's.
Oh, Cheryl just
How
linked
long
it.
ago was that?
And I think it's been in effect for years.
Really? Wow.
And
And
then
I can talk to.
It can be for hikers.
Right.
trailers,
Right.
Out of
Anybody.
state, you can be out of state.
Right.
We can be campers, yeah, whatever.
There's another one.
Yeah, I pay my $20 every time I go to Colorado. I didn't know I could do it here too.
There's
It
another one
is,
that's nationwide
Uh-huh.
that identifies different states that are covered. So we just need to figure out how to.
That was it right there.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. Cheryl just linked it. And I'm gonna also send this off to people
I'm a
in our
little bit
division.
embarrassed. I didn't know about that.
I didn't know either.
What's that?
Who's the right person? There's
Is that live on
no,
your
no, no,
private emails like going out on the YouTube feed?
no. I stopped sharing.
Okay. All right. Well, we've probably spent more time on this, but I think we did need to discuss a little bit about how we're going to approach these search and rescue, and unless there's opposition as far as deciding which to fund and which not to fund, I think we just go through the process and then whittle down that number when we get to the end, because we
Go through the.
this is go through the grants and see what we got left, and
Do
then
everything else first.
worry about that. Did you have a comment real quick?
Let's just do search Tyson. What category last?
Yeah.
Last.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's skip Evan. That's a great idea.
Rescue, and then
That's a great idea.
that's what we care about.
That's a great idea, because then we're thinking about it all in order. Let's go ahead and get started then. On just going in order from our packet, but skipping the search and rescue. So that starts us with number 2, Duchesne
nope.
County.
Is that trail work? First aid.
Yeah, but they marked it
Yeah.
as trail work, so we need to discuss it, and maybe part of our discussion is that it's in the ground category, but
I can speak to that one if you want.
go ahead and get started.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, and just to give a little bit of background, so I went up with Duchesne County and the Forest Service, and we looked at a potential route for a trail that would connect a upper end and a lower end of a loop, and ultimately keep people from venturing onto the tribe with OHV vehicles. Anyways, in the process, we were in an area that didn't have service, and we were the boots on the ground that were walking the trail tried to meet up with others at the top, and we weren't able to communicate. There wasn't service. We didn't have radios with us, so there was some disconnect there. And where they're doing more and more investigations into some of these trails, that's what they're looking for is the radio equipment to be able to communicate while they're out there doing trail work. There's a lot of the area up there that they just don't have cell service, so that's ultimately what they're trying to get on that one. So, and then just some first aid equipment to go with their trail work to when they do trail maintenance. They've got the first aid kit there to help if anybody gets hurt. So
So I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This is Brody. On that, it looked like you're getting a first aid kit from Rocky Mountain, and nothing against Rocky Mountain. Don't get me wrong on that. But would you not rather have like something that an EMT would get, that little more, ambulance worthy type first aid kit versus something you get thrown in the back of your four-wheeler.
Now, I'm not the applicant on this one. I'm just kind of speaking to the background of what my experience is, and I don't know the justification for what kit they're using necessarily, but I know that
I mean, I know we don't,
they're
don't
counting
want,
on people not
we're not
EMT
gonna do it.
trained to be able to use it. So
I know we're not doing heart transplants out on the trail, but we're also doing more than Band-Aids out on the trail. So I just wondering, should that be something different?
It's only $27. So
How much? $27.
It's not a very good kit.
It's some Band-Aids, okay?
Right.
So,
It's a
It's a trail.
Yes.
No, I don't know. I kind of had a comment on this is, I mean, okay, you're a county employee, and I don't know what a county employee out there looks like, but he's probably in a county truck, and that truck probably has to have a first aid kit in it because it is a government vehicle or a county vehicle or whatever. You know, as far as I could see this if this was the information, you know, the actual people up there doing the trail work, running the trail cat, whatever it is, needed to communicate, sure. It just, this one kind of seemed, I don't know. It seemed like this equipment should be provided by the county rather than OHV funds. Is it going to be only used for OHV? Is there a percentage of that would be OHV use? I don't know. Those are my questions. Sorry. I'm a rough customer.
yeah. No, that's a. Those are reasonable. Any thoughts? What do you
I
guys?
have the same questions we asked on every single one of them. How much is it going to get used for this? And most of this stuff is going to get used for other things than just motorized usage. And that percentage is, I think, the discussion where we need to have it at is you know, how much cash do they have in it? How much, you know, we just have to assess it, I suppose.
And to be honest, I think for the price of the radios that they're asking for, you can do the same thing with Balfang for $35 in that. And the little Balfangs are amateur radios, but that they get other frequencies as well, and a whole lot cheaper and kind of disposable too. If something were to happen to you, don't feel like you just lost a $1,000 radio, you lost a $35 radio that works just as good as a $1,000 radio. So
That being said, I'm not familiar with these types of radios.
I'm familiar with them, and I could speak
But-
to that if that's helpful.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, so that part of the application I did actually understand because it sounds like they are working closely with different entities, the Forest Service included. We use the Bendix King radios exclusively because they're the only ones that we can hit all of our repeaters in locations that don't have good service. They're one of our most reliable forms of communication. So if the reason for these is to be able to coordinate and communicate with partners, then I could see the need. If it's just to communicate between each other on the trail, you don't need a Bendix King. So in fact, sometimes they're less reliable than some of the other technologies out there that exist, right? So if they're using it to coordinate between partners and longer distances, I can totally see Bendix Kings. If they're closer, not on board. The other components, I guess I agree with Eric. I mean, I feel like a basic first aid kit and some of those kinds of things, those should probably be employer provided. The AED, it's a confusing application to me because I'm not sure what is like intended for their staff and what is intended for like treating the public. Because to me, if you're carrying an AED, that's more of like a public response, but their first aid kit feels more like a personal response, like just someone on the crew gets hurt, we need to put a Band-Aid on. So the overall application was a little confusing, but I do see the potential need for that specific type of radio.
Thank you. Any other input or thoughts or questions?
On the most commercial radios or the highway patrol and everything else goes Motorola, which are more expensive radios, but they can fix them. think that's probably what they're giving is a bid on the Motorola. That's what we had in our kids that prefer trucks, and they were with the Motorola. Yeah, you paid yearly for them if they would hold up.
Yeah.
I know the Bofang, I use the Bofang. Got 5 of them, 2 of them got junk, you just throw them away and go buy another one. But you don't do that with the Motorola, you fix it. And the technicians, most of the technicians that work on them, for service techs and all that, they can fix it. And have to send them back in.
So I'm just kind of thinking, well, is this one that we maybe recommend at a different price, or is it a grant that we get more information on? Jason, do you have any idea of how much they'd be using the radio for strictly OHV?
Yeah, and that's something that I'm a little unsure of, because ultimately right now we've got kind of there's just 1 or 2 trails that they're working on, and how much time they're actually spending out there on the trails is not a ton right now, because we're waiting on clearances, environmental clearances on some of these. So maybe this is one that we can put on hold and say, hey, maybe answer a few of these questions before we approve it, because right now it's not going to get used a whole lot until they get their clearances and are able to actually start doing some of the work. So
Mike, the applicant, was actually the one texting me, letting me know that the audio on YouTube is not working. They're working on that. I just asked him, how much will the radio be used on the OHV, and then will it be used just for OHV usage? And they said yes, 100%. So it's all going to be OHV usage there. Are there any other questions that we want to ask them?
Great fun.
Yes.
I'm on submittable right now, and I can't.
They're in reverse order on it,
Oh,
so it's
yeah.
number 20.
Yeah.
I
And
So
then they got extra
bottom
ones
of
in
the
there
first
that shouldn't
page
be in there, right?
is where you'll find it. At least if yours are ordered the same as mine.
Oh, you might have had to filter it.
Oh, yeah. It might be a filter. Mine are shown up where they're supposed to be.
So real quickly, let me go to it. Yeah. Do you want to see the budget, or do you want to see like the application itself?
I want to see the application. Well, first the application itself.
Okay.
We paid. I just want to see what Duchesne County received back.
Oh, and I can pull that up separately as well.
But they put it in their application too, right?
Look at your filters at the top.
Yeah. So right now I'm filtering by fiscal year 23 Q1 summer. Also, I do it from. So the way that I have it set up and ordered is, these are the first applications that we received. The ones that are, so this is the order that I do it, just so that we review them first. So I changed the date on it because these were submitted early.
Does anybody want any? This actually is working against flies.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna take some.
I think they're kind of
They're going over.
they've gone over because it's wafting over. I think I'm not having a problem.
23.
Summer of 23, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
So there's the prior
By
grants
the way,
right there.
And honestly,
And
I've
if I
had no
read,
issue
if I
with
remember
them
from
as
the
an applicant.
application, they're asking this equipment is going to go with those ATVs that we did last cycle.
Fly spray?
I'm just going to make a short comment. Obviously, as we look at the scores, there's a lot of hesitation. I didn't have the same hesitation when I reviewed it on my own before I looked at the rest of your comments. I can't speak to the radios. Sounds like the rest of you have a lot more experience with that. I thought it was a reasonable thing. It's not a lot of money, and if it'll help them, they're claiming it'll help them with their trail work. It'll help them be able to get out and communicate when they're on the trail and have what they need. I'm not 100% sure if I hadn't thought about the employee thing. I read your comments afterward, but I said not to revise mine because I wanted to wait till we all talked face to face. But it's not a ton of money, and I do wish they were buying more significant first aid kits, but I guess we need to decide if we want to micromanage that or if we just want to give feedback and have them resubmit it. But I like it.
I guess the question is, okay, so it's going to stay on the ATV equipment for OHV use, for OHV trails.
Right.
If
It's safe when they're out doing trail maintenance and repairs. Yeah,
okay.
that's their what they say.
Yeah.
And
You wouldn't keep a radio on an ATV. You'd take it back and put it in, some container where you charge it and stuff, and then you take it out.
Right, but the first aid kit will stay. You'll be mounted somehow or thrown in a glove box, and some of the other stuff will stay there. But the radios, yeah, they probably wouldn't.
And I don't have a problem funding them.
Yeah.
I mean, I it's not very much, and
Does he have any comment on the AED?
They're just, if I remember reading that, I think they're just conservative. Someone has a heart attack on the trail. They got an AED. Yeah. And I don't know.
Yeah. I would stick out to AED. But I know that we took first aid kits and we took them up to the hospitals, and we had the hospitals put the kits together to what you really were running through on the press.
Yeah, sure.
Because when you buy the little fold-out ones, you look in there, what the heck would I use this thing?
Right, there's 12 different types of Band-Aids with
Yeah.
2 each, and
that stuff. But so that's who built our first aid kits.
The Forest Service ones are good with the chainsaw training we go through and going out and we do the trail work through the Forest Service. They provided a first aid kit, and it's awesome. It's a good kit.
Anyways,
so do we want to defer a vote on it, or do we want to go ahead and vote? Does anybody have?
I say if we vote on it, that we take out the AED. It is a specialized piece of equipment that can't be bounced around a whole lot. It's got to be maintained. It's a very specific tolerances, and so.
What's the price on the AED? Is it the
18.
Is that 1882? It says
So I'd say we find
there. And tell them to spend an extra $100 on the first aid kit.
So I asked if there was any comment on the AED, and I guess that they're having technical difficulties with YouTube right now. So he said that we need to communicate with our Forest Service partners with the same equipment. So, and he's responding right now.
that's part of the radio, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the radio. That's
The Forest
not
Service
related to the AED.
Yeah.
So that's why they need that specific.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And I don't have a problem with it, but
When it comes to AEDs,
Do you wanna
I'm the
talk with
one that
them?
has a heart attack, but then jump started 5
Directly?
times.
Because I can pull up the Google Meet.
I
Okay.
can't afford necessarily me personally to buy one,
right.
but I know that they save your life. Because like I say, I've been jump started 5 times.
All right.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than the radios.
And I've been right on the one, and it hurt.
Yeah.
So
So it's trail work category. Is this so they got 5 previous funding, so we're, grants from us. Is
They've
this
been completing them.
is this gonna help them do trail work? Sure. Coordinating with the forest is good. We always ask applicants to coordinate with the landowners. Safety's never bad, we promote safety, we promote.
We start buying them an AED, we're gonna get everybody an AED. Yeah, for every machine, everything out there. So, well, open that door, everybody's gonna want one.
do we want to vote?
We can do it without the AED, that's fine. We just do the radio. and everything.
What are people's thoughts on that? Do we want to make a motion to remove that AED or make an alteration?
I I feel comfortable making that motion, but we will vote on this, but taking out the AED line and let it go from there.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Sorry, do I need to do that more efficiently?
No,
I think that's fine.
I think I accept your motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Who was that online?
Kirk.
Kirk. That's Kirk. I'm switching it up a little bit. So
He's got a delay.
so he said
So
that
let's. Oh,
real quickly. He said that we received first aid training. This was recommended equipment to have for anyone working in the forest or BLM land. It helps with heart attacks.
Okay.
So on that note, do we
so
want to?
if we, I mean, we've already made the motion, and we've seconded it.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to vote on that, but that's just my opinion. If we decide to remove that, it's not like they can't have one. They just got to find the funds someplace else
I guess,
Or-
point,
or
do
move.
we
from
want to
there.
keep funding AEDs?
Right.
Trail work, education, search and rescue. What was the fourth? Trail access.
Right.
An AED is a safety item to have when we do trail work, but it's not trail work. I feel like radios are more helpful on doing trail work. I don't.
So we've accepted the motion. We seconded it. Let's go ahead and vote on it. Let's do a roll call. Rachel,
We're
just
voting on the recommendation.
we're voting on the recommendation to approve the grant and without the AED. Was that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay. So that's where we're at. So it's a yes, no, and if that failed and we wanted to try again
So
without the removal, then
Can
we
I add
can
a
deal with that
question?
separately.
the question, you're saying they can't buy that with this money, correct?
Right. We're asking them to move the app.
Buy those. Okay.
Right. They can buy whatever they want with other money. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just doing a little math here. I just want to make sure I do this before my 2, 6, 7. The total project would be
guys
6,
want-
7, 1, 7, 8.
It's working for them.
I put some on.
The flies haven't been bothering me very much.
They're not
I'm not
bothering
sure
me.
if it's, not taking
They let-
a bath for a week.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was right.
I don't think it was right.
No, so you need to do it out of subtract the same amount out of the requested as well. But
Okay.
the AED was totally.
Where they ask us to fund the entire AED. I don't.
Yes.
I didn't see. So yeah,
Okay.
you just subtract the 1882 from the requested.
So they're
So
in kind, their matches center should actually go.
While she's doing some math, I'll ask you guys.
math is hard.
So when you pull up like the budget, and I want to go back to the main grant.
Yeah.
Is there a different?
There's a button
You just
right
press
up
the
at the
X
top
button.
left that says back to.
Just close the.
Oh yeah, you close the X.
Close the
Yeah,
X.
close the X.
Okay.
And if you go back to the list, it'll take you.
Yeah, if you go back to the list, it
Yeah.
takes you all the way back. Yeah.
Went to the training.
I
6, 8 plus
think I did some
7,
training
1,
or
3,
else.
0.99
I didn't do the training.
plus 2, 7.
I just figured
It took me a while to figure that out.
on the first one, but I spent a lot of hours on that first.
There we go.
That's why that was important. Up to it.
Right.
Good. Good to know. That one and this one right here.
How does that work? So, okay. So the issue that I'm running into here is that their request, they have these numbers.
Mhm.
But then down here, their numbers don't match. They're requesting more from us than the 6450.
Well, they're requesting there's a total of the 8,600,
Yes.
and then that's the match, or that's the requested, that's the grant, and then down at the bottom you have another summary. So there's something probably off with your formula and that total FIG funding right there, because it's not coming down.
Well, so they have to enter this. So
Oh, they have to enter it.
yeah.
Okay.
So what
So
they
their
do.
ask was really 7198, not the 6450.
So I
But
guess our question.
We just subtract out the 1882, probably from both columns. Right?
Well, I just subtracted it out from here.
Mhm.
And then, so if I use this number,
Mhm.
they would,
Minus the 1882.
yep, it would be
Yeah.
5,300.
Uh-huh.
And then that wasn't part of their match. So their match stays the same.
Right.
But then their percentage match hasn't been met. So,
Well, now hold on. In the application instructions, they're not required to have a 25%. It states applications with a 25% or higher match will be more likely.
yeah,
Like we'll hold more weight. We didn't tie our hands with that number.
no.
We just told them they had to have a match.
Yeah.
And that 25, you probably ought to try to get at least 25 because we will be less likely.
Yeah.
And I mean, they didn't know we were going to make this change.
Okay.
So the match
This is my
aside,
opinion.
you go back,
Yes.
match aside, 7198 right there in the orange box doesn't match if you go up in.
Yeah, it doesn't match up
Doesn't
here.
the 6450 they have there.
Right.
Yes.
And then there they have the 2150 Duchesne County match, and if you come down,
I think since we're scratching out a line item on the detail, we just stick with the detail numbers.
Yeah, I think that would be.
One of us probably should have caught that. Probably the accountant should have done it. Caught it.
Oh, I didn't catch
Which
it
is
either.
me. That's what I do for a
I didn't
living.
catch
Is
it either.
I just, but I think we just adjust this number because that's a line that's
Yeah, it
itemized.
makes more sense to go off their itemized list. Okay. So,
But either way, so that's, should we vote? Let's vote on the motion to make the adjustment.
We're off to a slow start.
We're off to a really slow start.
are.
It's almost noon.
it's almost noon.
We'll pick up.
Yeah.
We're trying to get in.
It'll go quick until we hit those SAR ones, and then it'll slow down again.
I thought this
Yeah.
form was an active form. Don't, as you fill out, it just automatically takes care of anything? It doesn't. Okay.
Which one?
This form here, right here, that form here, when you fill it out, doesn't it just
You
automatically?
probably have to
It
go
does.
out and refresh and then go back in.
Well, so that form is just an upload.
Looking at a picture.
Yeah,
I
you're
know-
looking at a
okay, so it's
PDF.
not an active form when they fill it out.
No, because there's not
I thought it
reporting
would
capability
add up
that way.
itself, and there was a mistake in there. It was
No,
program
it
system.
should. I mean, when they're using it, it should do that. It should do that internally.
That makes sense because there's some in here that don't jive.
Yeah.
Because the percentages are way off. They didn't calculate it out.
Yeah, and I think it's also kind of with the.
All right, let's jump on this. Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay, are we vote? We're
Let you
finishing
pick an
the-
order. Yeah, we already have a motion and a second to make the adjustment.
Okay.
And then vote. So let's do that.
so we're finalizing the motion.
No, we got to vote. Did we vote on the?
We haven't voted.
You haven't voted, have we? No.
So the motion was to adjust it and then rank it. So let's do the rank. We did let's vote. And then we
Okay.
know if we're actually doing what you just changed.
Yeah.
We got to change it first, though. We haven't changed it.
Well, we did.
It was a single motion to change it and then vote on it. So
Okay.
we're voting whether or not we're going to make the
Gotcha,
change
gotcha.
and
I
go
see.
for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we say no, we'll have to go back.
I
But
gotcha. Okay.
let's go in order and see where we're at and then see if we need to go back.
Okay. So our first,
We'll let you pick
Eric
a person
firsted,
to start with.
seconded was Kirk.
Yep.
So I'm just going to go in order. Cheryl, this is for the motion.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Brody,
yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Tyson.
My dad wrote the
Okay.
letter.
Fred.
Yeah.
And then Kirk, you seconded. So Ron.
Yes.
Okay, now we're gonna do the voting for this. Cheryl, I'm just gonna start with you this time. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
and Ron.
Yes. Okay. All right. It's 11:59. If your clock there is right, I
It
didn't
is.
corroborate your evidence, but
For the one-
at my work, our computer clocks are all different, and they're all off by 15 minutes, all different directions. So people are leaving for lunch and leaving the office early. That's an aside. Brody suggested we maybe take a super easy one based on our scores in here and see if
Okay.
we can just push one through really, really quick. Does anybody have an opposition if we jump down to number 20? The Utah Immigrant Community OHV Education,
Oh, we're just gonna.
and we push that through real quick.
I'd like to make a motion that this is like the umpteenth time this has been in, that it's
Correction. So, this is a new application. They did get one of their applications awarded.
us.
Yes.
Yeah.
A while back.
The first one was approved, then not unapproved. The second one was approved. This will be the third one.
We can still vote on it.
Yeah, let's hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's. Is there any discussion before we vote? All right, let's vote.
Okay.
They'll get our comments that we wrote in this, won't they? It says they will,
They might.
They
There
might.
is that capability
Okay.
where we can.
because I left some comments.
Okay. Brody?
No.
Jason?
No.
No.
Tyson?
No.
Fred?
No.
Eric?
No.
Kirk?
No.
Ron?
No.
And Cheryl? Cheryl?
Sorry, I said no.
Okay.
I
Super
would say
quiet.
that I hope you guys can keep coordinating with these folks because, anyways, there might be potential here, but I just didn't see it.
I think so too. So they have a lot of potential. It's just, yeah. Okay. Do we
All right,
want to?
Let's take a break for lunch.
Okay. I
They
have to.
probably have food about ready. What's that?
Is it being delivered?
No, I'm running over there.
You got to go
I
pick
have
it
to
up,
pay
but
for
they know to have ordered ready at noon. So your burger's getting cold if you wait.
Hey, Paul, we're going to take our lunch break, okay?
Along with that.
Sounds great. We'll put meeting on break. Our plan C
Yeah.
alternative configuration is working with YouTube and should hold through this afternoon. So just please let us know when you're ready to go back on the record. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the OHV Advisory Council big meeting. I don't remember the whole title. First fiscal year 22, first quarter.
It's fine.
Let's go ahead and see if we can hit second gear here. And we'll go back to going through. We're going to skip the search and rescue. So let's start with number 3. Reduce OHV speed, keep Marysville safe. Rachel, do you want to tell us about that real quick or
Yeah. So,
have some discussion?
the applicant is Town of Marysville and Paiute County. Their total project cost is $10,640. They're requesting $7,764. 27% match, and the submittable score right now is 85. We can open up their application real quickly. Are there any questions on the budget or anything like that? Is there any questions? Sorry.
Just a
Let me
little.
go grab my comments.
That, and I'm in favor of this, but they did say that those signs, it's all 100% OHV related, and those signs are not going to be discriminating between OHVs and vehicles and mountain bikers. At this.
Trying to slow down going into Marysville. And the problem is they're gonna end up losing going up Bullion Canyon. We could lose Bullion mine system and a whole world. The stick chip over the other loop. because it's on private property parts of it. And they're threatening to shut it down if these big machines are racing through town like you wouldn't believe.
And we were just there in
We just got
Marysville.
all new mayors and councilmen down there, which is not necessarily UTV friendly. So
They did have
That's
certain,
very
a lot of
important.
people were speeding, but they were not Jamboree participants. But just, there are a lot of people going way too fast on city streets.
And that's, to me, I understand what they state in the application that it's for the purpose of slowing down OHVs, which in some way protects access, but OHV users aren't the only ones benefited by it. The community's benefited by it, the neighbors, the people living in it. I would just have liked to have seen them at least explain why they thought it was 100%. 100% for the benefit of OH users, because I think that's a difficult claim to make. I would like to see them provide us with a different number, a different percentage, and say, yeah, it explain like what you just said. It protects our access to those trails by slowing down the OHVs coming in, but it benefits the community as well. It benefits other people as well.
when you look at the roads that they're talking about,
They should have
traffic
tried
on
to.
there as far as ATV, UTVs is.
Yeah.
And so I would say it's probably more 90% ATVs instead of 100%.
Yeah. I just wish they would have addressed that.
Does the sign say OHV slow down and has the flashing thing above it? I mean,
It's
is
just
there?
probably one of them regular speed signs.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely needed there, and so.
I mean, if you've never been there, you go there and you find out real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest majority is ONC. So.
And if anybody is heading north and has the opportunity to go down 89 and go to Marysville that's never been, really see.
Yeah.
Just I would like to see approving it, but contingent on them giving us a justification for that number, something, because I didn't see any justification for that number, that 100%. And I'd really prefer to see them come back and say, well, it's like we approved to fund it, but at a reduced rate, but tell us what the percentage is and back it up. And then we fund it at that lower rate. But I think we
never kept any statistics.
Yeah. Right. They might not have hard data, but they can at least give an explanation, like the explanation you just gave, where it's mostly, I think it's probably over 90% or something like that. But I have a hard time with that it's 100% for the benefit of OHV users, because a lot of other people will be benefited by it.
So I kind of understand why they put the 100%, because they're like, oh, this project
Right,
will.
it's targeted.
Yeah, it's targeted
for
for
OHV users, but other people are benefiting on the side.
Yeah.
And
It's not the cars that are racing, the
Yeah.
UTV.
right, but the benefit of slowing them down affects everybody. Right. Slowing down the OHV coming through town affects the little kid that lives on the corner. And so there's multiple demographics that are benefiting. But that's my thought.
So one of these or two of these will be going on private owned roads then, or
When you go up the canyon, that belongs to private.
it's not a county road?
I think the county goes up and grades it up to a certain point and then they stop. So they do some grading up there, but not everything.
But where these are going to be put, is it on public land? Is it on or private?
Well, it's It'll be, on the public land.
Do we want to?
But you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 or 5 RV campgrounds on the under that same road system. That's why you're seeing so much traffic into that. And then they all raise kids and tomatoes down there. They're just small little restaurants and barely getting into the door.
You have a comment?
I totally see the need.
Yeah.
And I don't
feel
know
like
how
it's
you stop all over there.
It's a law enforcement issue,
I don't know.
or is it more
Coming
trail
from out of
protection,
I want to
trail access and protection? I just don't know if this isn't, I don't know if slowing down is an education.
Yeah.
That's my,
Yeah.
Cheryl?
I mean,
I think if they called it access protection, that
if
makes more
if they're gonna
sense.
shut it down, if you don't slow down,
Right.
to me, that's more of a trail protection.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe we're getting into the weeds on that, but I just kind of looked at this and I thought, man, would we fund a speed limit sign? Because that's really, we're funding the speed limit sign,
Right. Right.
And I don't know if, I don't know.
Well, if we don't,
Great.
then we do run the risk of them closing down access.
So who's
Yeah.
them though?
The city or the town.
Is it a county road? Like who owns the road? Whose road is it?
The road's partially up there, but it goes on the private
So the private landowner?
land.
So some of it is, well, you have to see the map of Marysville. So some of it's going to be within the city, some may be a little bit on the county, some may be private on both sides, and then they all go right at the point. If they block, they have control over the act. Well, then a big chunk of their funding. I just.
So
Are you ready to see the county probably has a meeting,
okay.
Rachel, what's your,
but they might not have the full easement up on the, where the bowling can, for stuff.
So where are they ski?
What was that, Kirk?
I'd like to hear from Rachel. She's had her hand up for a minute.
You mean Cheryl?
Carol, sorry.
She's next. She's next in line. Yeah.
You guys always get the two of us confused. You and Ron.
Did you just
Sorry.
call me Rob? No. I'm just
No.
kidding.
I was listening to another meeting the other day, and anyways,
Anything we can do to
yeah.
probably help Marysville feel good about the OHC community and probably out.
Right. Cheryl, do you have some comments? Sorry to make you wait a minute, but let's hear from
Yeah,
Cheryl.
Good. I kind of agree back to what Eric mentioned. You know, what if there was some way to have a sign that goes next to the speed limit sign that says OHV users protect your access, slow down, you know? And then to me, that becomes way more of an OHV project than just a speed limit sign like we'd be used to seeing at any city, right? Like, to me, if I drove through Marysville and I just saw a speed limit sign, I would think it was just a normal sign. But to me, we could add an additional sign. So,
Am I not remembering right, or were they having some? Did they put in there that they had some additional materials that were going to be notifying OHV users to slow down? I did.
I don't remember that, but I do think it should be more of a package, though, that helps show that these speed limit signs are being put in place to help protect access.
Right.
If we're not careful, this is going to be potentially the next Moab where people are going to turn against the OHV. So there's so many people in Marysville that have moved in from out of state that feel it's not a right to ride OHVs.
So
If-
whatever we gotta do there.
If we could do something like that, have them add on some sort of language so that you're going down the road that targeted at OHV users and letting them know, I'm all in. I think
I would say
at that point,
we go for this one and then encourage them to put in. That's good.
yeah, that's a really good idea.
All
So
right.
we could just, Rachel could just, they could take our feedback and we don't have to vote on that. Just vote on this and encourage them on the side to add something. Is there any more discussion before we vote?
All right. I'm going to start with Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Okay. That passes. So, you want me to?
Number 4. Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so this is the Peekaboo multi-use trailhead staging area / parking area expansion. It's from the BLM. It takes place in Kane County. Total project cost is $182,000. They're requesting $128,000 and some change. 30% match. Submittable score is 96.3. I believe that they originally put this in as an access protection grant, but I felt that it fell more under trail work.
Any
Yes, they had it under
discussion?
access protection.
This is just a parking lot, right? Is that what I'm recall? They're just expanding the parking lot, and so how much does it get? What?
They got a wellhead right there and they do have a restroom. But it's so overcrowded.
Yeah, they're just expanding the parking, the staging.
Expand it
area.
all out, put a little-
Well, I guess the question is, how much does it use by people that don't have a motorized piece of equipment?
It's almost all motorized.
Jason, you had a question?
Well, I think my only comment on this was, is there going to be additional NEPA required to complete this expansion, or does it fit within an existing NEPA document? Does
So
anybody know?
I'm not sure on that, but usually the BLM does NEPA on their own, internally, in-house. We don't really require any NEPA unless it's like a user group doing it on federal land.
Right. Well, the reason I ask is that can delay the project a year or two. So if it's not, but I'm hoping it is. I'm assuming since it's coming from the BLM that it's been done, but I don't see. I just had the question about it.
They have to turn themselves in to the BLM.
Yeah, and the paperwork for that.
I can only imagine.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, let's vote on that.
Okay. So Scott,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Fred,
Yeah.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Passes with flying colors. We're skipping down to number 6, which is OHV road / trail mapping. It's Garfield County, takes place in Garfield. Total project cost of $12,000. They're requesting $9,000. 25% match. It scored a 53.1%. They put it under access protection.
I have a comment here. So this one, I think, falls under some of the clarification we got earlier in the meeting about the statewide mapping and some of the, getting all the GIS info together and having a central location. That's kind of what comes to my mind when I look at this. There's some redundancy going on here.
My concern is that it's going to take a while for the state to get rolling and get this done. There is a need for a map probably in that area. I keep beating my fist on the table about we need to put this database together and get things rolling. There's people, that need stuff. They need maps, and we got to somehow use some leverage to get this project going for the state. And if we don't,
In my opinion, too, if the groundwork is done for this, I think it would make mapping in the future potentially easier because the information is already assembled and put together. So it's just a matter of handing it over. But again, there are the concerns of, are they mapping trails that are vetted through the land managers? Are they going to be in a format that can be usable and all that kind of stuff that we've discussed a lot in the past? And part of the reason why we've deferred these kind of projects to the staff to handle. So
I'm just looking at the scores. I think I took a little more. I think some of the my review was a little more positive than the other. So I just wanted to explain that, and maybe ask a question. So I saw this differently than the mapping project we've seen before, where somebody's trying to put together a commercial map to produce and put out to users. I saw this more the preliminary part where you're going out and getting the data on the trails and you're getting it in a scientific manner rather than just throwing a GPS on the back of a ATV and going out. And so I saw it a little bit differently until I kind of looked at the comments. And so I have a question for Rachel.
You mean Cheryl? Just kidding.
Now
I'm just
there's
kidding.
no
Sorry.
way I can do that. So the question I have is the statewide project that is being done internally. Is the state just compiling data from the sources and coming up with a user interface for me to be able to go and download a map? Or is the state going out and actually generating the data on the ground? Because I saw, the reason I asked the question is I saw this as, this is the data that would eventually need to be used by the state, unless the state's planning on doing the data. What is?
Ultimately, we're probably going to want to use the resources that are already out there and go through it with the different agencies and counties to get the most accurate information versus pretty much doing, ultimately, to expedite things, probably doing the least amount of work on our end. So it probably won't be going out mapping every single trail because that could take years, So that's we're probably going to pull data from other places and make sure it's accurate and then put it on our website.
So that's where my score was coming from, is this is a go gather the data, not print a map and hand it out on the corner thing. Eric, you had some comments?
That's just, I'm just reading into it a little deeper here as well. And they are stating that they're going out and updating the GIS.
Right.
So this isn't.
And that's what the GIS is public information, right?
Yeah, that's what we're going to use, right? When all these maps get built. So, all right, I might. That changes it.
When I went in and talked to that gal at the county when we set up maps, he told me there was grant money given to each of the counties for the emergency note. If they already had money to put all these maps together so that everything falls under the emergency note.
What was their match?
Now, whether they followed through spending it or spend it elsewhere.
3,000
Like, what was it? Where was it coming from? Their own cash?
cash.
Okay.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Brett, do you have any background information that would be useful?
I do. I've been working with Dave Dodds, the roads department, the GIS out in Garfield. What they want to do is, if you look over here at their maps, section 1, 2, and 3, and 4 for Garfield, they want to overlay more information because we're working on some trails down in there and they want to update it. And then I told them about the hub that we want to have in the state OAP program so that everybody can go to one spot, does all, and they're excited to provide that info to you guys. So this is just giving their system better and update.
Any other input?
So, I'm trying to read through here. I thought they were wanting to actually produce a map, but they're not.
I read it that they were wanting to get the data together so it could be used for other purposes in the future, but that wasn't this grant.
Chase is calling.
Okay.
Hey, Chase.
Hey, Rachel, how you doing?
Good. We just have a grant that we're reviewing right now that is pretty much wants to go out and is it map to just collect the data?
So county updating their data.
Yeah, it's a county updating their data.
Their
GIS.
Okay.
But
So it's data that already exists, correct? It's just updating it with that.
Yeah, but the question that they had was, well, will this assist when we get to doing the mapping on our end?
Yeah, I think I think any data collection or updating maps would still be a good beneficial use of funds. What I will say is I'm getting contact information and actually clearance to update all of Polaris Ride Command's trail systems within Utah, which I plan to utilize with all the land managing agencies and all the clubs and organizations to help me organize those systems, and then potentially in the future to work on some KMZ, KML files as kind of trip planning that can go alongside with Polaris Ride Command functions. Just to give an update, Polaris Ride Command functions, they're the only maps that they will put on are from either like land managing resources or state resources. So all of Polaris's maps have come from our website, or our previous website of state parks. On that, which not even all of them are updated, and they actually did pull information from the Trail 360 resources. So that's just kind of an update of what's going to be in the future. And the good thing about this service is it's free to all the public, similar to a Benza, at least of the general use of it on that with the offline capabilities. So like any data collected now can still be collected later with our future mapping and GIS work with the program. Does that help kind of clarify anything?
So is this informational? Is this GIS updating going to be useful in the future?
So, sorry, you were breaking up. What was the question?
Is this this grant that they're applying for? Is they're basically saying that they're going to go out and update their county's GIS, make sure it's accurate, make sure it's really reflecting what's on the ground. Is that going to be valuable to us in the future?
Is that going to be available to us?
Valuable.
As long as it's publicly shared, any of the GIS work is kind of always available, and that's how a lot of these mapping resources pull information for their own, is when it's publicly shared. To keep that only to themselves is near impossible. I mean, if a trail is open for public use, then the only thing they wouldn't be able to really pull, if you're looking in the grand scheme of things, is the actual software and all that stuff. That's owned by whoever's pushing that. As far as information, just like how Polaris gathered all their information from our whole entire website, was they just plugged it into their own data software that they pay for, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Cheryl?
So that would,
Oh, sorry.
so in essence, updating it and making sure that it's matching with, the land managing entities in the area to make sure it's accurate and true would be the beneficial side of these funds being used for that. Just making sure things are accurate if the information is there, and then the accuracy with that would help clarify things for the users to use in those areas. See that more of a beneficial thing for funds to be used.
Cheryl, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think, I bring this up every time with the maps. Number one, they don't actually show that they've coordinated with the land management agencies that they say they're going to help update their maps. That data might already exist. So I just, again, have that concern. Are we paying for something that already exists? So I don't think we've identified the holes. And then two, if that coordination is not happening, how do we know if the routes that are getting GPS are accurate routes? So to me, that's where, again, I just would hope the state is more of a role in helping make sure we're getting good quality data that matches and that we're not duplicating efforts, because there's already a ton of this data that exists. But I know there's holes around the state too. So I just want to make sure we're actually addressing the holes.
Yeah, I agree with Cheryl on that, and sorry if I stepped over anyone. I can't really see anyone there. I think, and that's what I plan to do with the future mapping program, for at least on that side, is I'm gonna coordinate with kind of all the trails coordinators throughout the state with all the land managing agencies to vet that, and that's why Polaris has given me access to that, is that I'm kind of the vetting resource to coordinate that all. So I think with as far as this grant goes, is there some clarifications we can add in there to make sure those boxes are checked on if there were any mapping or GIS work, that coordination does and shall need to happen with the partnering land managing agencies to make sure that they're true and legal routes to take. That's something we could do.
I don't see why we couldn't. So, and I think that, because I know that they weren't the number one applying person, but Kaden Figgins I work with them regularly, and I can easily request that they kind of do clarify that they are going to be working with the land managing agencies, making sure that they're not doubling up on work and resources. So I should be able to do that.
I think is there ways that we can, because when they state that they're doing it, to have the checkbox of even, I don't know, providing contact information so we could double check that work as I don't want to say as form as an audit, but just as a vetting purpose, on our end, to make sure that it is being done. Kind of more of a follow-up saying, hey, are these, is there coordination? Have you been contacted? Because maybe they're not contacting the right entities involved with that. Would that be something, almost a specific question for Cheryl, at least from the U.S. Forest Service side? Is that something that may help guide those mapping requests?
I mean, I think that would help all of us, right? Because I brought this concern up when we had a proposal that was on our forest, and I was like, all that data already exists. Why would we be paying for people to go digitize something that's already free, available to the public? And so that's my concern with these ones. So I think if we had a way in your contracting process for you guys to actually identify who are your point of contacts for these other agencies, and just make sure they're at the table, because it could save a lot of work and make sure we have better data. And I think it'd be great to keep feeding it into that broader system.
I agree with Cheryl on that. On a lot of the information exists. It's just how it's being not portrayed, but how it's being presented to the users. So I think
it's hard to find for a lot of folks, which
instead of
something I think we can all work to identify. But I think as long as that's part of what you guys are holding people accountable for, is you know what, we want to make sure you've been in contact with them, that this data doesn't already exist, and that the route information, that you have someone with that area that can review your route information for accuracy. And I think that would address a lot of those concerns.
Yeah, and that, you know, at least from the off-highway vehicle program standpoint, that's where we see is it has to be, collaborated and coordinated with the responsible land managing agencies for those purposes.
All right. Thank you, Chase. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Enjoy your time in Tennessee.
Okay, if you need anything else, just text me and I'll call back in.
All right, will do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, bye.
Is there any more discussion, or should we vote on this? And let me just clarify my understanding real quick. What the discussion that was just happening between Cheryl and Chase, as far as vetting or requiring that the data be, that the landowners be, or land managing agencies be consulted and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you would be responsible for administratively, automatically as part of administering the grant, or is it something we would have to take an action item to ask you to do?
No, I think
Okay.
that's
just-
something that
I wasn't
I can
clear if we
easily-
needed to make a vote on it.
The question I have is how would Cheryl do? I mean, how would Rachel do that? I mean,
you guys are bad with names.
I know.
So she would have to reach out and make
Yeah.
sure that
Which I can text like Kaden now and be like, hey, Kaden, like,
I was going to say, I mean, you would have to hire somebody else to do that, because I'm not saying you couldn't do that, but
it would.
how are you?
Well, all
gonna
she
do
has
that?
to do is tell them we need
Yeah.
you to be working with those land managing agencies, and you need to be showing us that you're working with them. That's part of the
Provide us a few contacts with
Which-
the agencies that
It,
you're.
that's the way I
I
heard
thought
it.
you would
Yeah.
ask her to do something else. But
No.
she would vent them
Yeah.
and make sure that,
Yeah, no, she's just requiring them. Basically, there's a higher level of reporting now.
Yeah.
Because the state is already working on some mapping stuff, and there's all these different agencies, and so the applicant would be required to check with those sources before they created new stuff. Is kind of the way I.
Yeah.
Rachel, it also gets you guys to make sure that contract part that we specify that this data will be available for the state to add to this.
Yeah.
Because I think some of them, this one's obviously a county, but we've had all sorts of different entities put in for mapping ventures. And I think making sure it's very clear that data will come back to this main place is important.
yeah, we don't want to start all that over again.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So why don't we vote, and
Can
then
I say
if
something?
yes,
do.
How, as a council, can we encourage this to get started? Because it sounds to me like it's going to be the first of the year before anything gets done with this.
The
so
state side.
you guys
on
are already
the state side.
volunteers, but if you ever want to come down and help in the office, we'll take you up on it. So granted, this division, we have more employees than we did in our last division, but we keep getting, I swear, every meeting I go into, I get 3 additional tasks added onto my list. I just spent the past 2 days going through emails that were a month old that I haven't answered. Like, I'm overwhelmed. Chase is overwhelmed. We just lost someone in our OHV program. They went to a different division. So it's like, there's so much demand for it. It's just one step at a time
Okay,
for us.
Can we as a council hire a GIS specialist and start this project on our own?
I
Can we do that?
don't think so. It would likely I mean, for us, we'd have to talk with purchasing, but ultimately, like, the short answer would probably be
Could we write our own grant and hire somebody through our own grant?
or can, sorry, just
Okay,
to
that's fine. I'm just trying to get this going.
just to piggyback on what you're saying, can the OHV program submit a grant request to hire an outside agency, and then we could approve that? Because we've done that with a lot of other things in the
It
past.
sounds like Chase's.
Yeah, it sounds like
this
he's,
is Chase's priority.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
getting going on it.
Start on this for the first of the year. Got other
he's
things
working
going.
on House Bill 180, which is a big
Yeah.
task.
But
like,
if he
that
could
he has
put
a
in
deadline
if the
for.
program could put in a grant to help Chase have more resources,
All we're
then we
doing
can
is
use grant
gathering
money.
Data. Chase
Yeah.
doesn't need to be involved, because if we're gathering data from the counties, that's another level. Okay, if that's what we're doing, we're going to put standardized database together of routes. A third of that's already been done. The state, the UGRC has that in their database already. A third of it's been done. They run out of money, and somebody needs to leverage them to keep that process going.
Eric,
So
you had a
real
Okay.
quickly, we are no longer, our division internally, OHV program is no longer applying for grants.
Okay.
Because it was, our new director came in and was like, I don't like that. Why would you, that doesn't look good on us. So he put a major hard no on that one. So
But you could probably, sorry, you could probably work, we could probably work with Chase, see if he had some ideas of how to maybe go about this a different way, rather than having the council do a grant or anything like that. So I would guess that rather than coming from the council saying, hey, you got to do this, is you need Chase, figure out a different way.
I thought about contacting an engineering company and say, hey, apply for a grant.
you'd want to go through Chase before doing any
I
of
know,
that.
I understand
Okay.
that. I understand that. I'm just wanting this to go. We've been talking about this and talking about it. And it just, I realize government goes slow, and I work through the business end where if you have a problem, you fix it. You go fix it right then. And we got an issue and a problem, and I just want to fix it. And okay, I've said my 2 cents. I said
No.
every time we have a
I
meeting.
think you've got to be a little bit understanding, though, of the fact that these guys have just gone through a major reorganization within their group. It's been identified as a top priority, and I feel like we'll start seeing movement on it.
Cheryl, you work for the government. The government's slow at doing things. Okay.
Right, but I think you'll be surprised at how much to pull together quickly. So I'm just saying, I completely trust that this is something that Chase has identified as a priority, that we'll actually be able to make faster progress on it than we think, just because so much of the data already exists. So I agree, and this is something that I think is really important, but I feel like we need to give it a minute, because I feel like we're going to start seeing something happen. That's my vote. Give them a minute.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks for having her back.
Yeah. Well, I just know, like, you guys have been going through the biggest change, and I'm super excited that really we've been talking about this mapping dilemma for a long time, but it wasn't presented until our April meeting that we really wanted more of this idea of a statewide housing. So to me, the fact that it's already been identified as a priority by August is pretty awesome. And I think we're going to keep seeing more more movement.
Yeah. All right. We're going to go on to scoring. Okay. Tyson, I'm on to you.
I was.
Okay. Fred.
No.
Eric.
Nope.
Kirk.
No.
Ron.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Wait, are we voting on Juab County EMS?
That's the
No.
wrong line.
Oh,
You are-
sorry, I'm like, well, I'm missing something.
Sorry, my bad. Anyways, I'll fix that after. Cheryl.
I would say as long as those other contingencies are in place, yes.
Okay. Brody.
It was a no. I think I'll be a yes.
Okay. Jason.
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Oof. No, we're good. That was the last
I
one.
broke the tie.
You broke the tie. We were at 50-50 before then. All right. So that one was funded. It was a very close call. I'm also, as we're moving on to the next one, I'm going to text Caden and let him know the standard that we have for it.
And let's share what she said, okay?
Yes. Definitely. Oh no, I have it written down and I've already drafted my text. So moving on to number 7. This is Grand County Motorized Trail Ambassador Program. It's coming from Grand County. Total project cost is $219,861. They're requesting 11th. What? Oh, I give up. 111866. I'll never get it right. 49% match. It scored a 69.4, and this is an education project. And
Any discussion?
We had some good input from right here, right? Right. Yeah.
Any thoughts and feelings on it?
Okay, yeah, I
Go
do
for
have
it,
some thoughts on it. They want a vehicle like and this is a discussion we need to have on even on equipment. Long term, let's say a mini X or a bulldozer. Let's say we fund a project that's a 2-year project and we give an entity a bulldozer. Well, its life is longer than 2 years. It might be 10 years. It might be 20 years. So do we have any oversight in where that equipment gets used? What happens to it? So do we have any follow-up on it? I realize you guys are busy. It would be interesting to see what this equipment over the last several years, where it's at, what it's doing. After 2 years, let's say we give somebody a bulldozer, and after 2 years, the grant's up. Can they sell the bulldozer and use it to make, hiking trails? I'm just saying somehow we need to have some oversight into these big pieces of equipment or these things that we get there. We need to have some type of a tracking mechanism and a mechanism that says, okay, this piece of equipment is going to get used for this. And I realize if the grant's only written for 2 years, then I would like to see the piece of equipment used for what it was designed or was purchased be used for.
so, and that's something that Land and Water Conservation Fund, they have an agreement with 100 years. That's in their contract. I don't see why we couldn't have 10 years of intended use. I would have to work with our Attorney General, and we now have a contracts person to get that created. Now we have a person that specializes in contracts. So they'll be going in and probably helping with a lot of these weird ones that we have, making it specific to that and adding those additional items to it. I agree. I do want to add with this one is that we've historically funded one vehicle, and it was specifically a rock crawler vehicle. It was for Ride with Respect. Other than that, we have not funded a vehicle. We've had 2 other requests in the past for vehicles. One from Panguitch County where we said no multiple times. And then the other one was from Iron County. And we also said no because we could not guarantee that it was going to be used for OHV use. Especially with a big ask like that. So just giving you some historic data on that. And yeah.
That answers that, but that was only one portion of the question I wanted to ask on that. On this one here, maybe my feeling's a little bit different than Brett on it. I believe that somebody out on the ground doing a PR type thing would be good. I'm not sure a singular individual, and I'm not sure that we should be buying them a vehicle to do this in it, but I would think that it would be good, especially in the Moab area, if we had some type of an ambassador type program that maybe would hook into some type of a volunteer base, that maybe we could help support that volunteer base by subsidizing maybe some of the costs of going out there. I don't know. It's just a thought. I don't particularly support this application, but I like the idea of what the intent of going out and saying peer pressure from our end as a user probably has more effect on what happens on the ground than anything, even over law enforcement. And so I think it could be used effectively if the grant was written a little bit different from that, and we sat down and talked about how you could maybe, let's say if you had a dozen people, or let's say 5 people that would go out and be ambassadors and say, hey, we're going to subsidize you going out driving your vehicle, but this is what we want you to do out there. When you're doing that, to try to keep people on the trails, to try to maintain what's going on. And that's some of my thought on the essence of this grant, of this application, I should say. So I don't know, what does anybody else have some feedback on that?
So I, like Scott said, I like the idea of having ambassador, whatever you want to call it, on the ground, interacting with people, showing them, you know, education material and stuff like that. But when I read through this grant, I felt like the branding for it, and it felt to me like, well, let me give you an example. When I go to Canyonlands National Park, and I go out in the backcountry on one of these, on a White Rim Trail or on Elephant Hill Trail or something, you go out into the backcountry, spend 3 nights at a site. You'll have a ranger come by. You'll see rangers from time to time, and you'll see they'll come out and check on your campsite once a day, and you interact with them. And you have the ranger come out on a mountain bike, come drive the trail, and there's just a feeling that they're policing me more than they're on my side. And we're polite to each other. We're kind to each other. You know, we go back and forth a little bit on just small talk and stuff like that. But if they were to start talking to me about trail etiquette or those types of things, I would be skeptical of their motive. They haven't convinced me that they're on my side.
Would you feel like they're maybe a little preachy?
Maybe a little preachy, maybe. And it absolutely matters who it is that's on the ground doing it, and the branding. Some of the pictures they showed with the green tent and the people with the ball caps and the golf shirts on, I just pictured, when I looked at that picture, I'm imagining myself in a staging area and that being over in the corner, and feeling like if I get too close to them, they're gonna preach at me.
That they may be writing down your license number,
and maybe they're not. Maybe it's on the legitimate, but a lot of users are gonna feel that conflict. If there's a conflict, it's got to be done in such a way that the people who are sharing the education are trusted by the people they're trying to share it with. Otherwise, I think it's going to do the exact opposite of what they're trying to do.
Right now, Grand County is not trusted with anything related to the OHV community.
Right.
They lost that trust. I don't know if this is their way of trying to earn that trust back.
I think it might be, but it's
a weird way and a strange way to do it.
Yeah. So
yeah, definitely.
Ron, the people that they talk about hiring somebody and having that person vetted to, you know, people that would know who to go to use out there. It would have to be a motorized person that's telling me this. If indeed they did something like this, I'm with you. I don't want these people hiring somebody. They need to have somebody else go find a person to hire to do this.
my comments I wrote in here on the comments that go back, if they do, is that I would like to see something like this. If it happened, I want to see some local OHV clubs. I want to see some local OHV businesses involved in what's going to happen and who's going to be on the ground, because they know the user group. To what Brody was just saying, I noticed, and so a couple of weeks before the application deadline, there was an article in the Moab Sun Times, is that the name of the newspaper down there, where they actually reported on the Grand County Council meeting where they agreed they were going to submit this application. And there was information, there were quotes from county council members, a very big hesitancy about the UTV side-by-side demographic. Matter of fact, they were originally going to, according to the article, I don't know for a fact, but according to the article, they were originally going to ask for a Jeep and for a side-by-side, and the council put off the air that they were not comfortable touching. It's like, ooh, that's an icky vehicle. We don't want to be a part of that, just because the things have been going on. I noticed when I looked at the application, you check the boxes, what vehicles are going to be affected. They marked motorcycles, they marked ATVs, they left the side-by-side box blank, and they marked 4x4s. Now, I don't think on the ground they really would, if a side-by-side came by, they wouldn't hand them a brochure. I don't think that's what would happen. And potentially it was just an oversight. They missed the box. But just the attitude I've felt from it recently and from the article, it was almost an intentional act to exclude that. It was certainly intentional not to ask for the side-by-side. If that's true, I didn't, call up a reporter and vet their sources. But if that's true, that makes me nervous if they're picking and choosing which part of the user groups that they want to benefit from this. That makes me very, very hesitant. At the same time, I think it's duplicating, the education effort of House Bill 180. It's duplicating the state's trail host efforts. It's a duplication of efforts without a consultation with those organizations to get those materials and see how they can use the existing program. But that's maybe I'm going to get in trouble for saying that on a public meeting. But I like Brody said, I'm not sure. They haven't convinced me that they're on our side. How are they going to convince Joe Blow, brand new ATV user, side-by-side user that's in the parking lot? How are they going to convince him? I don't know.
I do see a support letter from Cliff.
Yeah.
Now, I know he interwines with some of these committees down there, and I'm assuming he could have input in there. Like I said, the way the grant stands here, I can't support it, but I wanted to discuss, how we could, kind of dig into some of the things that perhaps was needed in the lab.
Yeah.
Definitely some type of PR needs to happen down there to make us look better, because right now we look like strip miners.
Right.
Or at least that's the impression they're giving out.
Right.
How do we improve that image? And would a program like this, not like this, but something?
Yeah, the general idea.
Use the word ambassador. I don't like the word. I just don't like the word. But what do you want to call it? Trail host. Somebody doing PR down there, and if we could assist somebody in the cost of doing that, maybe that would be something we need to pursue.
Yeah. We just interrupted you twice, Eric.
Oh,
Sorry.
we didn't say-
You were speaking and I spoke right over the top of you. Did you have a comment?
No,
Okay.
I've appreciated all of this.
Okay.
Right?
Any other discussion on this? Are we ready to vote on it?
For the investors,
Cheryl has her hand up.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I guess, I'll just bring out that I think on the ground education efforts are some of the best ways to actually contact user groups and to share information. So I actually don't see it as a duplication. I see it as an addition to. A lot of the letters of support speak to the fact that they would be engaging users. In fact, the MTC wrote a letter with Cliff Kuntz, and I imagine he's working closely with these individuals. I would just say I totally hear everything you guys are saying, but on the ground education efforts with people making contacts is one of the best ways to start encouraging different conversations. I'm not saying this is the right tool, but I'd also say, we've whittled down some requests in the past where maybe we're not comfortable going this big, but maybe we'd be comfortable with some aspects of it. Let them get going, see how they do, see what kind of feedback we get about their program, make sure they're tied in with Mike Thomas and what he's doing, right? Maybe it gives them a starting point. Maybe we don't go all in with a vehicle. But to me, it sounds like some education and relationship building down there is really needed. So I'll just throw that out.
Thank you. And let me just add real quick. Cheryl and I met with through a 4x4 club, American Fort Canyon, where Forest Service was doing on the ground outreach. And they asked our club to assist with the outreach and basically be the on the ground because of the user. You walk with a ranger hat, you're going to get a different reaction. So I agree with what Cheryl says about that. And I think I said in the beginning, I like the idea.
Yeah.
And it's a
maybe
just
the
be
structure
at this time. Brody, and then were you swatting flies, Tyson, or did you? Okay, Brody, and then
I'll keep
Tyson.
it quick and just say I think that this one should be held off until we give January 1st a chance to kick in, see what happens with that, and then encourage them to do what you said, reach out to the local clubs and the businesses and go that route instead. We can police our own instead of having whoever these people that they're going to get doing it do. Let's get people that actually use cheap.
Excellent.
So 2 part-time employees, right? What it says here, but
I think so. Yeah.
I think it's 2 part-time employees. They already have 1 team, is what it says. Like, I said, I'm great. On the ground stuff is fine. I was concerned with purchasing a brand new Rubicon for a part-time employee. 2 part-time employees share the one vehicle that they already have. That's just my only thought. A brand new Rubicon for a part-time employee. $57,000 Rubicon for part-time. It seems a little steep for me, but I'm just a thought. That's it.
Especially if a lot of their work is going to be in the parking lot underneath the tent. Yeah. Any other? Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just one other thought. We added some kind of contingencies to the mapping, but why for something like this couldn't we add the contingency that we would fund part of it, but that they needed to work closely with Mike Thomas and the program that he's running for volunteers, and to have a little bit more information sharing and partnership building, relationship building as they try to get something like this off the ground.
Then maybe that they should come back and do a new grant, taking that into account instead of us trying to jury rig this one into something like that. Maybe they should.
A lot of other applications, so I just throw it out there that I don't think
this is pretty big in a county that's pretty negative towards the OHV community. Maybe they need to take their lumps and rework this with Mike and with Brett here and come back in a different way. And that's my recommendation. They come back and do it again, but after getting the inputs from Mike and Brett and these others that are in the know and are knowledgeable about how to kind of police our office.
Can I throw something up?
Go ahead, Scott.
Jason, I see that you was in pretty good support of this. You got anything to say?
Well, maybe I've got a little bit more to say after this meeting, but I this one, the application itself is what I graded off of. Now, I have to admit, I grew up riding the trails around Moab. That's my old stomping grounds. I've seen too many of them taken away because of irresponsible use. And anything that can promote responsible use of those trails so we don't get more taken away, I'm in support of. So.
Any other thoughts? Do we want to vote?
Okay, hold on, let me share my screen.
Is there a proposed alternate vote? Because it sounds like there's been a lot of discussion about funding it alternately without the vehicle.
I've not heard a motion.
I'll make that motion that we fund it without the vehicle.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion to fund it without the vehicle.
Should I go through?
Yeah, go through.
I'll go through.
Go through.
Okay.
We want to be on record. We don't want it
So-
to be.
Brody? Okay. Jason, you made the motion. Cheryl seconded it. So Scott?
The way it's written right now, I'd say no. I would like to see it rewritten differently, but it's no from the way it's written now.
Okay. Tyson?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Let me tally these. 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Fred?
Like me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Eric?
No.
Kirk?
Yes.
Ron?
No.
Oof. Okay. Ron was the deciding factor. It is a no. So that did not
So
pass.
that motion.
That
failed.
motion did
Yep.
not pass.
Now I need to vote on.
So now we need to vote on
Yes.
the application as it was submitted.
funding, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So let's go through again.
Tyson?
As it is written.
Fred? Oh. Eric?
No.
Kirk?
No.
Ron?
No.
Cheryl?
No.
Brody?
No.
Jason?
No.
Okay. Did not pass. I'm going to skip the King County Sheriff's one because it's,
Hold on.
Hey, Rachel.
hold on. Yes.
I'd just say on this one, it might be really good to have someone from the state reach out to those folks to help them understand how they can come to the table in a way that might be more appreciated by the council. Because I do think it's a very needed program and there's a lot of potential there, but they may need some advice on how to navigate that.
And if the state wants to share my submittable comments, I wrote those comments with the intent that they would potentially read that. So you're welcome to do
My
that.
comment is just we've got Mike in place, right? And we do have a trail hosting program. At what point do we have someone that is part of the program that lives in Moab, lives down in this powder keg of an area,
Yeah.
and can host and represent the highway vehicles instead of a county van. I mean, that would be my suggestion, because that way the message is the right message. There's no conflict there. You know, the program is obviously going to be responsible.
Yeah.
Could you reach out to Mike?
Yeah, I think it would be a conversation, especially a conversation with Chase, Mike, and probably more individuals, honestly, to figure out what we can do. Also, conveying the next steps potentially if they do want to reapply, and kind of like what we're looking for, and collaboration with us as well. So,
I love it.
okay. All right. Oh, I keep stop sharing, and I'm so sorry, everyone. Okay, so we're gonna skip the Kane County Sheriff's Office. We're moving on to Garfield County.
It's Rachel.
Yeah.
Since John here is our host for this building,
Mhm.
I asked him to just, if it's all right, to just take a 30 seconds or a minute and share with the council that Garfield County has purchased several pieces of equipment, how those are being used currently. If that's all right.
Well, I know before we started, we recently got the skidster and then the mini dozer. Before then, it was like we'd need help on the trails or whatever. You have to kind of scrounge around and wait your turn and this and that. Since we've got that, just like the three storms we're having here for our rally and things, these guys have been out here on those two pieces of equipment after dark, making sure our trails are safe again for us to ride for a rally. And that's gone on all summer. All we have to do is let them know that we've got a problem. Like if somebody rides a trail, we let them know we got a problem and they get to it. It's not the idea that we have to wait or whatever. It's just, it's helped out a lot. And
so the equipment's being used a lot.
Oh yeah, that equipment's being, it don't sit up in the county yard. It's out on trails being used. We had before the rally.
So Garfield has now a good history of actually using the equipment that they're purchasing with these grants.
Yeah, and I've actually gone out there and seen the work that they've been doing. I went out there with Caden and a couple other people, and I got to actually meet the operator of it was a skip steer.
Mm-hmm.
And got to see them actively working on a trail that we were on. So yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Brett.
So I work with Garfield a lot, where my favorite area is Poison Springs area. Got that sign, obviously a couple of clear miles with new sign trails. And we went out and identified some more trails and roads that have been closed for like 50 years. And we're just waiting for it to cool down. And it's going to take every bit of equipment, but we're going to go out there and spend a lot of time with all the pieces of equipment, wait them roads and trails back up again. And they've already got approval from all the necessary citizens to do it. And it's going to probably double the trail system. So this equipment is huge regardless. They're they do more than anybody. They keep it busy. That's the way with them.
They're using it when they have to put in grants for the postage.
They're worried.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Any discussion, comments, questions
So we actually have. Oh, go ahead, Cheryl.
online?
I think one question I just had about all these equipment grants, and it kind of goes into, what got brought up earlier, is I have a hard time keeping track of who we've approved what kinds of equipment for. And I would just hope, I guess, the state's kind of keeping, how many pieces of equipment have we approved for Garfield County, and does it make sense, right? Because I don't know about you guys, but as a council member, I'm not keeping track of this is the fifth piece of heavy equipment we've approved Garfield County in the last 3 years. So just, I guess, if you could help me understand, Rachel, are you guys kind of tracking that? And if it ever seemed like it was excessive, would you let us know? Because obviously I'm a fan of more equipment out there on more trails. I just don't know if we're reaching an excessive point in any location.
Yeah. So, We funded a search and rescue UTV as well as a trail UTV. They had some ATV maps that were, I believe, printing. Trail system maintenance. This one, they canceled it. And then, so everything in green has been finished, is complete. So they have another trail maintenance, and then they had a trail cat for trail development and maintenance. They had that big OHV obstruction removal. They've also received a bobcat for development and trail maintenance, and then they worked with Paiute County on the Butch Cassidy Boyhood Home OHV trailhead parking lot, which you can actually see if you're heading back to Salt Lake.
So
Okay, you guys would let us know as a program if you're like, you know what, like this entity has got a lot of equipment. We may want to move this around to other locations. If we ever got to that point, would you guys notify us of that?
Oh, yeah. Also, I will say that at least with this, like, I've personally seen it hands-on being utilized. And
yeah, great.
Yeah. So it's not like we're just like socking away thousands of dollars.
I can't keep track of the cumulative of where this equipment's going and if it meets good levels. So
yeah.
Tyson?
you know, just based off this, looks like Grand County has a mini dozer, a skid steer, and then if we put this one, a mini X, sorry, the Garfield tank. So,
Trail cat.
yeah, trail cat, a skid steer,
We have the trail cat and skid steer.
and now we're asking for a mini X.
I think that's it.
Pretty well-rounded trail use equipment there,
for sure.
and I don't think any get duplicated. If there's, so that's great. I think you got all your bases covered. It's awesome.
And it looks like, so this time around, obviously we went through the OHV trail GIS mapping part of it, but this time they're asking for a mini excavator, equipment operator. I know that they had, I believe one of those grants partially funded an equipment operator for the skid steer. It looks like they're doing another person for it, understandably so with all that equipment. And then a trails UTV for the east side of Garfield County. And this one is also trail work, so.
Okay, let's vote on it.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Fred.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Kirk.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Tyson.
Yes.
Okay, now moving on to the third Garfield County. It's an equipment operator. They're requesting $6,000. Total project is $14,333. 58% match, 96.9 submittable score, and it's for trail work.
Any discussion or should we vote on it?
Yeah, this is what we need.
All right.
Okay.
Let's vote.
Oh, hold on.
Then if they're going to contract out for an equipment operator, this feels so low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's double it.
So I love the project, but I'm like, do they need more money? Because I cannot imagine how they're going to find an equipment operator for that much money.
Is there a motion to make an increase? Does anybody have enough
I'll make a
information to make a
motion to
motion?
increase double it.
And I second that.
So,
Can we ask?
Okay.
Do we have someone in the room that could maybe answer if they could use?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'd be curious about. They might have a good lead, but I just, from what I know on our end for contracting, I did not have any idea how they were going to afford that.
But if they're gonna have a part-time employee, I'd like to see them go in and learn how to make a trail.
This is it's not gonna be an employee, it's like, they're gonna contract with somebody to operate. But they're not gonna be a car. They're not? That's what I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah, their
Well-
description says it's to contract someone to come operate the equipment, which again, equipment operators right now are few and far between. So that's a really good deal.
To do that, adding that, I could almost guarantee that they will use it here.
yeah.
So,
Um,
so in the past, what we did about 2 years ago, everybody started the Simplot Dug Way or the Big Rich. That's been closed for probably 15 years.
Yep.
I think they put in for a grant of like $80,000. They had 2 track boats, one of them with a chisel on it. And it took them like a full day just to get the location. And then they cleaned up boulders that were way bigger than that wall. So that's probably why they might sub some of it out, but they've also hired on some other operators that are just kind of like part-time. And then this fall, we've got everybody scheduled to go some trips. So I know that they're trying to be conservative on it. They could definitely use them.
Yeah.
I've also seen where they'll hire out a talented volunteer and subsidize them. You couldn't hire that person out to do what they do, but they're volunteering their time and saying, hey, we're going to subsidize your time you have out here by paying them. They're going to do that at the motocross track in Price. They got the guy that can do track work, but you can't just hire those people. They're not normal operators. They know how to do things, and we couldn't pay him enough. He's volunteering, and they're subsidizing his time with some pay. So I'm assuming that's what's happening. I hope that's what's happening here.
Yeah, just, we're doubling the hours.
Yeah.
I believe in paying in good wage, but you don't just double the contract and then double the wage, right? You need to get more hours out of it. Yes. Not just double the wage.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
Double the hours.
Double the hours.
So we have a motion and a second, I think,
Yes.
on offering them double and increasing it by double. And
51.
right, if they want, so Rachel would reach out to them with that at the time she's doing the contract.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So we need to vote on the motion that we've received.
Okay. So I just texted them to see. Kaden hasn't read it yet, but I'm going to start with you, Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. Brody, you seconded the motion. Jason,
Yes.
Scott, you made the motion. Tyson,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
All right. That motion passes. All right. So we're thinking of increasing it to $12,000 that they're receiving.
Yes.
So
Are we keeping their match the same? Probably.
I think so. Just leave the match the same.
They would still have a healthy match.
Yeah.
Well, double the hours.
Yeah.
Truck.
Yeah.
Donating a truck, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So the
So
truck
it's
match would double if the hours worked.
right.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay. So Eric, I'm starting with you on the scoring. Great. Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
That was a yes. Brody. Jason.
Yes.
Scott.
Yeah.
Jason.
Yes.
Fred.
Yeah.
Great. That passes. We are skipping down to number 15. It is the OHV Trails and Interactive Mapping in Greater Zion with Utah.com. It is coming from Greater Zion Convention and Tourism Office. It's taking place in Washington. They're requesting $150,000 with a total project cost of $200,000. It's 25% match. They scored a 43.1 within submittable. And this is, a trail work and education project.
All right. Any comments?
I'm not sure where Steve's would jive. I have to go find them.
Oh, what do you mean?
You know, the backward from this to this,
Oh.
the backward.
If you go up to the top and you see the date thing, you see the date?
Oh, change that.
Yeah, you just click that. It
I haven't
changes.
been trained correctly.
Guys. It's okay. We get to learn a whole other grant software next time.
Oh, great.
I know. Love it. Okay.
All right. Is there any discussion on this?
Am I sharing? I am.
Just to clarify, we're making a video of that in an educational promotional project. Right? It's not trail work.
Right.
So
Mike? My comment too is that the application instructions explicitly stated that tourism is no longer going to be funded, even though they marked the box for trail work and education. Personally, I felt like a significant portion of what they were doing was tourism. They just checked a different box. That was my opinion.
They have an outstanding grant already for the same type of work, and I haven't seen the product yet.
Yeah, it's the one with Vernal. Yeah, I haven't
And I
seen it.
looked all over. What they did do was great. I was impressed with the work they did. It's expensive, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen a product yet. And that's been a year, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a tier timeline. We give everyone a 2-year timeline right off the bat. But did it come from Vernal?
Yeah.
Came from Uinta County.
Thank you. All right, let's see.
So I would speak to this that yes, that product is still being worked on right now, and I went on a few rides with them when they filmed back in the spring. But as far as how we changed to how the program goes, that we're not funding tourism, I agree with that. So,
All right, should we vote on it?
Oh,
Okay, awesome. Kirk, I'm starting with you.
It's a no.
Okay, Ron,
No.
Cheryl,
No.
Brody,
no.
Jason,
no.
Scott,
No.
Tyson,
No.
Fred,
No.
Eric. Okay, that did not pass. We are moving down to another Garfield County one. It's the Trails UTV East Side, Garfield County. They're requesting $28,125. Total project cost of $37,500. 25% match. Scored an 89.4. I believe this is for trail work. It is. Is there any discussion?
So this is Garfield County again, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they already have a Trails UTV currently.
Yes.
Are they working on that many trails that we need one from the east side and the west side? I realize that's a little far away.
Yeah, because they're going to stage
Garfield
it.
County is stretched way out.
Yeah.
It's just incredibly.
Long and skinny.
This is where they said it would be utilized.
It is almost a different country.
Yeah.
I guess to clarify me if I'm wrong, Eric, what you're asking is the first one we bought being utilized to its capacity.
That's what my question in my brain was.
Yeah. Because if you're not using the first one, I think you have time to move it to the second part of the camp.
Scheduling.
Yeah.
Now, to get from one end of the county to the other takes how long?
I think we understand how far it is.
It's, their equipment is being used, am I correct? So you're talking long distances. I know scheduling is, should be an important thing, but you're talking a totally different part of the world over in eastern Buffalo County. So it's going to be used.
I'm also a huge fan of Poison Springs area and all of that. It's one of my favorite areas in the state. The equipment west is getting big for Garfield County. That's just my thoughts.
It would be.
But I love trails.
Yeah. It would
And
be.
I love trail work.
And I wish that we had kind of like an idea of like how many. Maybe it does. I mean, do we have a general idea of how many OHV users are in Garfield County yearly?
I just wish that we could see if that first one that's fully utilized.
Right.
Does it?
We understand that these can't, there's not enough volunteers doing these things every day or even every weekend. I mean, it's volunteers. I look at my motorcycle that I use a lot for volunteering. And it is absolutely possible that every other weekend I can go to the other trip.
I'm not saying no.
Yeah,
Same.
Yeah. And we got one on the east side and on the west side, and we just approved the Mini X, and there's a trail cap and a skid steer. I'm not going to make this decision alone, but that seems like a pretty good arsenal of trail maintenance equipment, right? Two side by side, pretty nice piece of equipment.
For a county that's very pro OHV and doing something about it.
That's great. Yeah, I guess what I'm
and
saying
opening
is,
trails.
Opening trails.
I don't,
Yeah.
maybe if another one came in, I don't think you need, and this is a council decision, but I feel like the needs are, I feel like they're pretty well satisfied. Yeah. And it's great. I'm not, I'm just want to make sure that we're not being redundant in our purchases where the use is there. That's all.
Well, should we decide by scoring?
Yes.
Yes.
Great way.
Let's do it.
Okay, love it. All right, so Ron, we're starting with you.
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yeah.
Cody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
For the UTV for the east side. Yep.
okay, Tyson.
Yep.
Fred.
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
Kirk.
Yes.
Passes with flying colors. You're on to the Iron County Color Country OHV Trail Maintenance and Equipment. They're requesting $90,139. Total project cost of $131,000. And numbers. I was doing so well. With a 31% match, 94.4 submittable score is for trail work.
And just like Garfield County, Iron County will use that. They will use it till there's nothing left.
Yep.
Any discussion, comments?
No.
Are you pulling something up? You need a minute, Scott?
Scott's just.
No, we're just
No.
looking at his list.
So my
Okay.
list is backwards, so I have to flip my
Okay.
head.
Just go up
I
and
know.
press-
Eric's trying to show me how
Yeah,
to.
I just-
See, I'm old.
I just
Okay,
pushed
I'm
the arrow
old.
the other
I know
direction. Go-
Yeah.
Be patient.
Remember, I'm older than you.
I know.
All right.
So does
Oh, I
Iron
gotta go back.
County doesn't have bulldozer already?
Let's
They
look.
have, what do they put in the ground? They have.
They do. What is it? It's iron. Yeah, I don't know if they specify what it is. GIS, high desert, safety equipment and supplies.
Just looking at the number. None of them are high enough to get.
Yeah.
Right.
Not wearing their glasses, but there's nothing over $100,000 for award.
No, the most is the 50,000, and that's for
GIS support.
Yeah.
Okay, should we vote?
love it. Let's move. Okay. Ron, I just did yours. So Cheryl, I'm back to you.
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
This is for Iron County, right?
yes.
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Now we're on to the OHVs and Southwestern Heritage Center Historical Society. Yes, I did it. .org. Oh, it was really right there.
I, on that one, I can't remember who, but they were questioning if the local OHV club was getting paid to do some trail identification as requested at our site visit, and they are not even.
Yeah.
That was ever really gonna ever.
Yeah.
I can't remember who put that down.
That was my question, and I think I was looking at the budget on that one, and it looked like there was payment to the OHV club members, and that's where I needed clarification.
Yeah, there. So I'm a part of that OHV club, and yeah, the club is not going to get paid, won't get paid. They might buy them a can of Coke or something like that. I'll do that.
Okay, I think it was item number 2 on the project budget. That there was some funding there to pay for that. So I just needed clarification on that.
The Cedar City OHV Club ride trails and update GIS.
How much is
$7,500.
Yeah, no, the club is not getting paid $75. So maybe what we need to do is if we end up funding this, that we fund it at that's what our lower amount. Take that 75. But keep in mind, this is what we discussed at the site visit and encourage them to do, to put in this much instead of whatever that amount was.
Well, do you think that updating the GIS could account for some of that funding? Do you think that updating the GIS could account for some of that funding or no?
Well, and Fred just made a good point that they may be, I wonder if they're using the OHV club hours of
As in kind.
I guess that's maybe why it's important to clarify between a cash match and an in-kind match, just so we know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What is it? It doesn't say anything on in-kind. Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just
Just
in-kind is his easement.
Can I say something?
Go right ahead.
This chart is, can we make it more clear? I've had issues with this chart. Okay, so you're agreeing with it. Does everybody else agree with it? It's confusing. Okay. I'm not the only one. I just figured
It's
I was
super
the one
confusing.
having problems with it, and
It's just Brody and you. The only two.
okay.
So then if everybody that understands it, get up and explain it to us.
I can.
Besides Rachel.
Okay,
So this is the budget spreadsheet that
they supply.
Office of Outdoor Recreation, now part of our division, uses, and we want to all be on one cohesive thing. But it's confusing. It drives me insane.
So, okay.
Cheryl,
As you're saying, it's super confusing for the applicants too. I can speak because I'm like, do I have? It asks you for like the same information 4 times, so there's no. Yeah, it makes sense why people missed that. There was another box you had to put the other thing in again. I would just say I'm super curious about the $10,000 for preparing for the 2023 FIG. I have no idea what that is. So if we can all get money to prepare for FIGs, that would be awesome.
yeah.
So
You guys all missed it.
might remember they put in an application last grant cycle, and they wanted 300 some odd $1,000, and what it is he is basically donating his private, at least easements across his private land to add new trails across his land that are not currently existing trails. And they had this huge project to take it all the way to the end, and we were super confused by that.
I remember that for sure.
We were very hesitant about it. And so what they've done now is, I think the feedback they received from us was, we don't even know like who owns the land and what are the easements, what's all the legal work, what do you got to do before you can even start it, and let's break this up into chunks. And so this is almost kind of like seed money to get all the title work done and the legal work done, so that then they can do their next
And if this doesn't fit
phase
through,
of the
if
grant.
This doesn't
And
come,
hopefully that can be updated to make that more clear, because right now it just sounds like they need funding to put in for their next grant.
So I think, if I'm remembering correctly, that it is funding for it's not,
Right away.
I don't know if it was
It's to
right
make
of
sure that
ways.
the property that is around his property, because there's some bits of property that no matter what we do, they'll have to ride across other people's property.
Yeah.
He has some interest into that property, but he's may or may not have controlling interest. And so we have to find out what there's gonna be to find that out. If this doesn't bear any fruit, then it's over with at this point. We didn't lose $350 or $400,000. And it is, I remember right, this is what we talked with them about doing versus the whole enchilada all at once, which they
Yeah.
wanted all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're like,
a lot of this money is going to go to abstract work and title work
Yeah.
because there was a
And
number
attorney
of
fees
properties.
and-
I took
Yeah.
out a file, and there was a number of properties that did not have ownership on it because there was either patents on it or other things, and so they were going to have to do some extensive title search to figure out
mhm.
the right of ways and stuff. And then also when he goes about and says, hey, I want a route through here, they're going to have to do title work on that right away. So this is seed money to put all that together. I wish all of you would have had an opportunity, the ones that didn't, to talk to this guy. He kind of wants to leave a legacy. He has a bunch of land and he wants these routes dedicated. Our biggest concern is what entity will we put those right of ways with, so they will be open for long time.
Mhm.
There is a great deal of potential with this thing. It could be a really neat thing, and we just got to figure out whether or not it can happen. And this is seed money to see if it can. And I mean, if we can develop it as big as his, he has a big
He has a
vision,
big vision.
a really big vision,
Yeah.
and it will interconnect with BLM ground, the High Desert Trail,
Mhm.
stuff north.
And-
It has a lot of potential, but there are some questions that need to be asked first. And it's going to take a little bit of money to ask those questions.
I know that Chase is interested in it, Iron County is interested in it. The Cedar City is interested in it. So are other people, but there are a ton of questions.
Yeah.
And this is a much
Yeah.
bigger project than just an OHV project. And that's what we told him when he put the grant together. I said, get rid of all that other stuff. Just put the OHV stuff
Yeah.
in there. And even with that, it's still a pretty big grant.
Yeah.
Even, so.
Yeah. And then,
So from a user perspective, a few of us went out and kind of toured the property and looked at some of the stuff. But the next day after we were all done with our stuff, I went and I guess I trespassed across his property and went back over the trails, and you go up over the mountain and you drop into the Three Peaks recreation area on the other side. And you'll have to help me. Three Peaks recreation area is a joint county and BLM
mhm.
property. There's part of it that's county or that's
The
BLM
BLM
controlled.
owns most of it, the county owns bits and pieces of it, and the county they have a model airport.
Right.
Bike.
They have a rock crawling course and stuff. So as a user, I went up over the top, and when I left his private property and I crossed into Three Peaks, there's pretty good routes on the BLM side that are signed. I ran across 3 different groups of 8 of UTVs that were out traveling around, came down the other side. And again, as a user, to be able to add this private property access across the private property to get down to the other highway where he eventually intends to put another trailhead, to be able to come up over the top, stop at the trailhead, relax for a little bit, grab something at the restaurant, and make a loop and come back the other side. I think it enhances what was already out there. And I thought when I went and did my own little ride afterward, I really enjoyed that, and I could see where I think it's a really worthy project. I think it's worth throwing, this seed money that we might not end up going anywhere, but I think it's worth the investment to try.
Isn't that one of our main goals of this? Is acquisition,
right? To have new trail on new land. That's
Mhm.
I mean, they don't build new land.
Yeah, that's good.
But he has some business opportunities there, and will they be enhanced very well?
Yeah,
yeah.
he'll be benefited with
But we will
customers,
benefit
yeah.
greatly by this
Right.
project
Well,
if it works out.
Chase and I like wandered around after like the first night. And like there's like the music venues there. We got to see like the RV park. There's all these trails behind. It's even like the hotel that's there. So nice. There was hardly anyone staying there. And we're like, oh, I want to stay here every time. Because there's just a lot of, I don't know, it's kind of just like a little hidden gem.
All right, let's rank it.
All right. Brody, I'm on to you.
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
and Cheryl.
Yes.
Great.
What'd you say?
Great.
Break time? All right.
Oh yeah, we do have a 2:00 break scheduled.
That's probably a good idea. As I'm literally eating. All right.
You missed it. Too late. Better go on.
We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we're going to come back. We will be back on at 2:40.
So is somebody monitoring to know to
Um,
pause that, or do we have to reach out to them a different way?
let me see. Paul,
Standing by, ready for break. We'll take the recorders offline and stand by to go back on the record.
thank you so much.
That would be a tough job.
Thank you. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Where's he at?
You're back live. Thank you.
Okay. All right, welcome back to the OHV Council meeting, big meeting. It looks like we got one more until we start back at the top with the search and rescue. Number 21, excavator for OHV trail work and hosting. Rachel, you want to describe that to us?
So this is with Ride with Respect. It's taking place in Grand County. They're requesting $73,725 for a total project cost of $147,938. It is approximately a 50% match. It was voted 95%. It is for trail work and education, and Tyson has abstained. Real quickly, I do want to just quickly stop sharing for a second and look at my email because I did get an inquiry from the BLM in Moab regarding this grant. And I wonder if maybe we could possibly actually hold off on this, and I'll see if I can give her a call and see what the Moab BLM has to say about this grant. Is that okay?
Hold off like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
let me,
Fine with that.
okay.
Should we get going into the search and rescue, or would that?
Yes. Why don't we do that? Just so that I can kind of figure this out. I'm going to have to look up her information. So hold on one second. I don't know if I have a phone number.
Yeah, I like the old book.
Yeah, same. Hold on.
always agree with this. It's like to lick your feet like that. Oh, it's
I was getting away. I had been the last 10 minutes.
Sorry, I'm just looking up her phone number, and then I'll dip out real quick.
Okay. We'll just start talking while you're gone.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go back to sharing. Unless you guys want to just talk.
All right. Okay, so let's go back to the top of the written one. Grant number 1. Let's just clarify. We're going to go through these, vote each one of them on their face, and then go back and decide if we have a budget problem at that point. That's what we agreed to.
So, sorry, one more time.
Yeah. So we're going to start back with number 1. We're going to go through search and rescue. We're going to look at each one on its face, not worry about the budget at the moment. And then once we see where they all land and we see what's left, then we'll go back to what we got to whittle down. That gives everybody, I think, an equal
We're starting with Glen
opportunity.
Canyon.
Number 1, Glen Canyon NRA UTVs for SAR response and resource protection.
So am I wrong in that, are they wanting to purchase a machine out of Arizona?
That I think they're wanting to purchase
And store
3 or 4 machines
and store things
in different locations.
but store one of them in Arizona.
Mhm.
But they want to buy the machines in Arizona.
Oh, that I don't know. Did anybody
Have
else?
it serviced. Have it serviced is what I saw.
But so was there anything about where they're purchasing that? It looked like they were wanting to purchase it out of.
I would think they purchase out of some place to get it serviced, but that's not, I
The
don't know.
request for the Honda Talon 1000R is specific as there is a dealer and a local repair shop that pays theirs.
I am not in favor of them purchasing something out of state.
Well, the question I have is it's an Arizona address. I know with Blue Ribbon, when they had an Idaho address, we threw it out because we couldn't do an out-of-state type of a deal. So I don't know how this, I realize it comes into Utah, but how does that work in the equation? Is that,
I think the difference with Blue Ribbon is they were a non-profit
okay, I
that was
understand
that was
Do we- do
registered.
have-
I think
do we-
with the
do we do the
government-
same thing with the government agency that stays, I mean, it's,
When they buy a Sutter piece of equipment, they don't buy it from Utah, do they?
I don't know.
Like a Gilbert.
So there are some things that you just have to buy out of Utah, or out of the country for that matter, and then that's okay in those cases. But side by side, they can very well purchase it in this state if it's with their funds, and I think we could hold them to that or say no because that's not being a good steward of Utah funds, spending things that could be purchased in the state outside the state. Now, if they want to have it serviced in Page, whatever, but needs to be purchased in Utah at a Utah dealer.
We specified that for any applicants.
Well, if we see something come across, I know that I would have a question about that. That's the first thing I look at is if they're purchasing a piece of equipment that can be purchased in the state of Utah. That's a red flag to me that they want to purchase.
This has never come up with any of our applicants. So just because they are in the state of Utah, there's this assumption that they're buying stuff in Utah. I just don't know that that's accurate.
Yeah, have we known where when we've purchased previous UTVs and that type of equipment, have we even known exactly where they were purchasing it from before we approved it?
You can see it on the bid.
On the bids, and
Yeah.
I normally look at that too. We want to make sure our Utah dealers are getting taken care of, but with Utah money, for sure,
Is there more to talk about on this grant than just this?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay.
So
I thought so.
So I'd like to bring up, it says, their GLCA SAR team responded to 50 calls, of which 11 were land-based.
Yep.
But then if you go up from there, it says that the searches that they do are high angle and I just had a little. I don't know how many of these are actually voice related.
Yeah, so they had the data from a call center. Is that where that data came from? And there was a certain number of calls that were OHV, and I did the math, and that said 66%. And then but they didn't give that number. They just put it on there. Then later in the application, they said that the OHV use was 90%. And then another spot in the application, they suggested it was 95%, but then where they actually asked, I think where it actually asks this specific question, what percent of this is OHV, they use that 95% number. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm not going to touch your stuff. But yeah, there's clearly they don't know either, to me.
I guess my big concern was, so 50 calls, 11 of them are land-based. Not all of those are OHV related, and they're asking for 400 counts.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
It's a little overkill, a little much.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, and we really need, even though the budget decision comes further down the road, they knew when they filled this application out that we had $325,000 available for the year, and they're asking for a third of that on one project. And piggybacking off of what Brody said, some of the use is going to occur in Arizona, and some of the use is going to. So it's like this huge moving target that they haven't given us the information of what percentage is Utah use, what percent is OHV use. I don't know.
Well, Utah use is a bigger issue than percentage of OHV use.
Right. No, it should be both. It should be
but
the
there's no
OHV percentage of the Utah percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
Machines shouldn't be in Arizona. They need to be on the bullfrog side, right? So, and then.
Or they could be. It could be. You know, if a machine was being used cross borders, and they say we think we're gonna use it, 25% of the time on this side, 75% on this side. That doesn't bother me, as long as they show us that and state that, and they haven't made any effort to do that.
Jason raised his hand, but I was going to applicants that they need.
Go ahead, Jason.
So along with those comments, just doing quick math, looks like they are roughly servicing 25% of their calls as land-based, and an even smaller percentage of those being OHV related even. And they're requesting about 25%, about 75% grant, and only putting 25% on the table. So I think those need to be swapped around at the bare minimum. That they get 25% grant and they bring 75% to the table.
I just don't feel like there's enough. And I'm willing to hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more discussion before we vote on it, or a
And one more.
motion?
Like, it's not Paiute County Search Risk or Uinta County Search Risk. It's the National Park Service. Government just spent $800 billion. It's like, you need equipment. you know, I don't know. I feel really bad saying that, but it's National Park Service for crying out loud. Like,
And
we're using state dollars to pay for. I mean, I know we do federal projects on forests, but it's trail work. I don't know. This one just doesn't go.
all right. Shall we vote?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Rachel?
I'm going to start with Cheryl.
No.
Brody.
No.
Jason.
No.
Scott.
No.
Tyson.
No.
Fred.
No.
Eric.
Nope.
Kirk.
No.
Ron.
No.
Okay. Do we want to continue search and rescue, or do we want to?
Let's knock out that other one just so those are
Okay.
all off the table.
So, I just spoke with someone at the BLM, and they had concerns regarding this application. And ultimately, they revoked their letter of support because there was a misunderstanding. They thought that it was coming from the county, which or it's the Grand County Commission, something like that. That Cliff Kuntz is the head of. He is the chair of, and they just felt as though it should come from the county versus a nonprofit user group because of the request. They just had some concerns about storing of the machine as well as maintenance of the machine and coordination of it with other either user groups or the county itself. And they revoked they've revoked their letter of support because they were under the guise that it was coming from the county and not a nonprofit.
Okay.
And ultimately,
He has the other letters of support.
yeah. They did say that the coordination would just be easier if it was coming from county versus a nonprofit user group.
As far as BLM approving the trail work,
I don't know about approving the trail work. It's
As
just
far as them
coordinating.
supporting the letter of support, yeah.
Well, supporting or coordinating. So
Yeah. I mean, the letter of support just says, we think this grant's a good idea. That's
Right.
all the letter of support
I guess-
is, yeah.
I guess the question is, does the BLM, do they have apprehension working with the nonprofit on BLM trails? Would they rather work with the county, or is there apprehension working with?
I don't know. That seems strange because they've worked with him for years, and so it just seems strange.
they just thought that it was coming from the Grand County Motorized Trail Committee versus the Ride with Respect. And yeah, yeah.
So does he still meet the letter of support requirements?
I think there was
Yes.
3 or 4, if not more. I
that's
can't
nice.
remember. There was a pretty good number. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go.
Just keep it busy.
But is the work are the trails that are going to be worked on BLM?
Yes, using support
What?
from SCULA, Forest Service, U.S. Park Service. So even if work can't happen on the BLM with that piece of equipment, it looks like there's plenty of other entities on board.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about the
And that
grant
would
then.
also allow him to go take that out of the county too. We take it out in the Emory County to use it on. It's a small mini.
Potentially,
Yeah, to use it in other areas actually, and it wouldn't limit it to Grand County to the usage.
I like their cash match
Let's
of
discuss the-
$100.
Let's discuss the application then.
Okay.
There,
What? Is this a tiny?
It's a smaller
Yes.
mini X. I think specific
So
to
for
try
like
to do
single
single
trail?
track type stuff.
Okay.
But big enough to he could use it to do other stuff with it, but it's smaller.
Okay.
Do we know where he's going to be storing this?
He does have, doesn't he have
I don't know.
Shed, didn't,
I don't know.
I think Yamaha gave him a shed.
Probably the same place he's stored other equipment that we've purchased or
Yeah.
that we've granted money towards.
Does anybody understand how they got the in-kind match for this grant? I could not figure out this math.
We can blame the
That's
budget.
on our budget sheet. Hold on, let's pull it up.
I know, but it's just not very clear at all. I was like, I'm not understanding that because part of it's like
Line
cut
3AIIB.
I was like, wait, what?
Isn't it a cash match?
No, there's $100 cash match.
I think most of things.
And the rest of it is the labor
people.
to use the equipment. I thought.
They're going in the trailer, it looks like,
Mm-hmm.
and go about
Oh,
12
there we go.
Yeah, the trailer.
labor, 6 hours.
The work to build the trailer, I believe, isn't it? Or maybe the whole trailer.
So it looks like the in-kind max is work and then transportation costs.
No, it won't be a problem.
Oh, 12 times.
24.
And let's see if this is
That was a
a,
little confusing because you had to multiply things out. It took me a while to figure that out.
and I can open it. Believe me, I'm going through Cliff's reimbursement for his rock crawling truck, and I'm just like, where did you get these numbers? I thought it would.
I guarantee Cliff will have an answer.
Oh, I know he will, but I was just like,
Might not have enough time to listen
No.
to it all.
I will not. So 6 hours per day times 12 days per year.
24 times doing that. It comes out. I did finally
6 times
figure out
12
how to do it.
times
It does
12.
come out. It does actually come out.
Times 24. Yeah.
Okay.
So both boats all got to drive after 25.
Also, our volunteer rate's more now.
Oh.
Okay. Do we want to vote on this?
I want to say something. I know this will get utilized well. I just, that's what makes me feel good about voting on some of these, that you have confidence that, like in Garfield County, I'm confident they're going to get used well. And I'm confident that Cliff will use this well. And so it's just, when I do it, I do it twice. I say, hey, yes. So,
Okay. Let's vote on it.
Okay. Brody,
Yes.
Jason. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Sorry, I'm going to share my screen real quick. Okay. Scott,
yes.
Fred.
Yeah.
Eric.
Yes.
Kirk.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
And Cheryl.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're heading back. I'm just gonna filter by search and rescue. So we have
Did we vote on the first one?
We voted on the first one.
Now
we
what's
have
this one?
7 more. This is
The
number
next
5.
Number 5, JUAB EMS Employee West Desert Funding.
Yep, this is a repeat application.
$350,000,
Yes, this
which
is
is more than we're allowed to spend in a year, or maybe just a hair shy. I can't remember.
We just vote on it then? What do we talk about? We need to discuss
What
it.
they're trying to pay. They call it.
which I mean there is a need for it, but
Shouldn't that come from county year?
yeah. We have heard time and time again that the issue with a lot of search and rescue is that it's like people have a full-time 40-hour-a-week job and then they do this unpaid and it's, yeah.
It's
Any comments? But what was our submittable average score?
48.8.
Is that enough information to vote without wasting time?
I think it is.
Okay, let's vote.
Jason, we're starting with you.
No.
Scott,
No.
Tyson.
No.
Brad.
No.
Eric.
No.
Kurt.
No.
Ron.
No.
Cheryl.
No.
Brody. Okay. Now we're moving on to number 8. It is the Kane County Sheriff Search and Rescue Quick Trail Response. It's coming from Kane County, taking place in Kane County. They're requesting $30,000, total project of $60,000, 50% match. For a 75.6 within submittable. It is for search and rescue and education.
I on these search and rescue ones, I kept coming back around to the OHV percentage because so many of them put down 100%, and I'm like, really, in my mind. And this one, they had 80. They put an 80% OHV use, and they're only asking for 50% funding. And as far as OHV use percentage, that's much more reasonable to me than.
Is this the one that's asking for an e-bike also, or e-bike?
Is this the e-bike one?
Yeah.
See, I can't pull up my.
So it
I
does
can't
say
pull up my notes.
the proposed project will benefit at least
Is
50
it
to
Kane
60.
County?
Yeah.
Well, I must have missed that.
Oh.
So I called the Rod Willis, he's the applicant. And I talked to him. I just tried to fill out like why the dirt bikes and the e-bikes. Like the dirt bike go everywhere an e-bike can't. E-bike has 50-mile range, maybe. They're $8,500 per e-bike. And he said, well, there's wilderness study areas that they want to take the e-bike in rather than the dirt bike. No,
You can't take a pedal bike in
that's what I thought.
places
If it's a
that
wilderness
if
area,
it's wilderness.
no
Wilderness study area you can.
Oh, you
Not in
can.
the wilderness area.
Well, it's a wilderness study area, so there's different.
Right,
between
not
a
actually
WSA
wilderness.
Yes,
and a wilderness area.
Yes.
There's a difference.
But search and rescue normally can go into wilderness area with a motorized
Search and rescue can go where they need to
vehicle.
go.
Yes, in every county you can. I guess it depends on the
It's not
sheriff.
always true.
No.
Well, you can, but
Do you want me to
So,
tell you what I got? We already funded 6 of these for Juab County,
Mhm.
and I called and specifically talked to the people who were going to be using them, and you know what their response was? They were afraid of motorcycles. And so my concern is okay, are they going to get used someplace else? Are they going to get used on non-motorized trails or class 1 type trails someplace else? I don't know. I want to go out and see. That was my goal. I want to go out and see how they're using those electric mountain bikes out Sound Mountain. And so they said that they would be able to speed up their access to do triage type set, figure out what's happening, and we funded them. And so I want to go see how it's working. And I would
Site visit?
yeah,
In
I would love to go
October?
out and see how they work. I don't know if we want the whole group, but I want to go out there and sit and say, okay, what are they doing with these things?
Well,
my thoughts are, sorry, Craig, go.
oh no, I was just gonna say, I'm going to an OHV tactical patrol training in September, and it's in Little Sahara. So I will be there, so I can probably report back and let you know. Get a feel.
And see if they come and see
Yeah, right?
So it's teasing.
I asked if I could shoot a gun from an OHV, and Chase said yes, and I was like, okay.
But you can't shoot inside the park. Sorry.
Sad. Anyways, go ahead.
So-
I'm sorry.
Maybe on a single track. And I just think numbers like, sure, a dirt bike could probably get there faster off a 2-track than a side-by-side can, but if you're so the guy has to be EMS, like an EMT is the point, right? To get someone, not just your Joe Blow search and rescue member, shows up side by side. That's how you in a county is anyway. So you're saying you have to have an EMT comfortable on a bike going to these people. And I'm a total search rescue supporter and getting to people fast as people can say, but that specific type of instance, probably get it really wrong.
Well, also, isn't one of their maps for Hole in the Rock? Am I thinking of the Hole in the Rock that we had the big ride on?
There's two sides of Hole in the Rock. I can look at them now.
I'm like, which one is it? Because if you try to take an e-bike down, even on that, I'm thinking of Hole in the Rock Road.
Either one of those is a long haul.
Yeah.
But they could be saying, on Hole in the Rock and they.
Or that area, yeah.
And I guess the other point is you're asking for 8 total
Trail
machines.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, 2 motorcycles, 4 motorcycles. They're different ones, maybe?
Yeah, like 8
250s and
cans and a Husqvarna. So I don't know if they're getting like 2 bigger bikes and 2 smaller bikes.
Yeah, I can figure that out. And then 4 e-bikes. A lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Cheryl, you had raised your hand.
Yeah, I think my opinion with this is pretty similar to the one we did for Geauga County. Is if they've done their evaluation and they feel like these would be valuable tools, I don't see it any different than other tools people are submitting for. So I don't know at this quantity, but it's just a different tool. It's a different way of getting people into different places.
I'd be more comfortable with that in half.
So, is this, sorry, I don't mean to take your.
No, go ahead. I forget that I even have.
So your thought here, I think when we were talking about this is, let's go through, vote whether we want them or not.
Right.
If it looks like it would be a good idea or a good project or whatever, and then run back through and maybe look at budget. Yeah, is that something you want to do?
I think so.
I think I'm prepared to vote on this if that's our process.
Why did they bring up mountain bike trails in there?
I don't know. It does say.
As part of the deal, they're talking about 35 miles of mountain bike trails. And
Yeah.
It is in there?
Yeah,
It is
it's
in
in
there.
here
It's like in the
someplace.
first
I'm sure
paragraph.
this is one of the.
It's in the project overview.
Yeah.
Destination, surrounding
Okay,
states.
right here it says, okay, it says forest roads, limited access, slot cans, and often accessed by OHV users, and the addition of 35 plus miles of new off-road bicycle trails. Kane County will continue to attract many
Yes, can't even
visitors.
see
And
that.
I'm wondering, why are they bringing up mountain bike trails or bicycle trails? I assume they're bicycle trails. Okay.
Yeah. And like they do state, as we were talking earlier, that it's like 80%. So the proposed project will benefit at least 50 to 60% of overall SAR incidents, with about 80 of those calls directly or indirectly involving OHV recreation. But then we ask if the project is 100% OHV related, and it says yes. Which maybe we need to reword this
But
question.
yeah. But then they did say the 80%.
Yeah.
But then they are asking the 50% match instead of 70 or 50% funding instead of 75, like a lot of them are.
Yeah, they are putting a ton of money in there, aren't they?
Who raised their hand? Jason.
So on this one, I noticed on their budget, their numbers didn't match Section A in the budget, and this between Section A and the budget portion. So I don't know if they fully understand. And then along with the budget too, it would be really nice if we had some quotes for those vehicles and bikes instead of just throwing out a number. So those are my comments on it. And then also with the OHV side and the mountain bikes, especially if we're sending these into wilderness study areas, we're not servicing OHV calls in wilderness study areas. So I don't know that we need to fund the e-bikes on that one.
On the phone, I did ask them for any invoices, like how they got their numbers, and they said, "Oh, it's just what we saw on the website."
Why don't you just print screen?
Well, my point is, government contracts, whatnot. So it's just a pretty rough estimate of what something will cost without actually getting quotes for it.
So where doesn't it add up, Jason?
Hold on, let me pull it up. So in section A, we're saying 60,000, and then going down to the budget worksheet, I thought that the number was different. Yeah, they were saying that it's 57,480.
That's what they set up here too.
And go down to the bottom as well.
Yeah, they're all the same.
But in section A of the application,
Oh,
Line.
Oh.
Okay.
gotcha.
Section A of the application is 60 and 30.
hmm
And is that
But
what
then
I
the
have?
budget sheet says 9. Yeah, you have what's on the section A. But then
Oh,
the budget sheet says 99 and 66, which is
So they're really asking.
catch. I did not catch that.
They're really asking. Set 57.
right.
Right.
57,480. Total project cost of 99,800.
My I don't want to dominate a lot, but my thought is if there's an application and there's something off and we can resolve it talking about it real quick or offer an adjustment, that's sometimes an opportunity. But when we got multiple things that don't make sense or we can't, that tells me I'd rather have them rework the application. I don't mind changing one thing, a number's wrong, but when a number's wrong and there's just a website snippet for a quote and stuff like that, I would, rather than trying to unravel what they were trying to do, kick it back.
Okay. Do we want to
My thought.
vote?
Let's do
We're
it.
always ready to vote.
Okay. Scott, we're starting with you.
Put a lot of pressure on it. I think I'm gonna say no.
Tyson,
No.
Fred, Eric,
No.
Kurt,
No.
Ron,
No.
Cheryl,
No.
Brody,
No.
Jason.
no.
Okay, now we are moving on to
I'd like to say something real quick.
Okay.
Maybe this goes back to them, like, get your numbers right.
Yeah.
And get us some proper invoices and justify why you need 8 machines.
Yeah.
Or, I just feel like that's a lot. So,
We've got a limited budget.
Yeah.
We're using OHV funds.
yeah.
Make it OHV.
yeah.
Yeah, don't talk about bike trails.
I believe.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you.
No, that was
Number 11.
Now we're
I
on
think
to
is
11.
next.
Yeah, I was looking. Okay, yeah. There we go.
So this is search and rescue rapid response EMS UTVs, Washington County Sheriff's Search. Their total project cost is 90,000. They're requesting 60. It's a 33% match. Submittable score is 93.8. I don't believe that we've funded anything for Washington County yet. Yeah, we have nothing for Washington County to date, so.
And I want to point out, and I will be on all of these search and rescue, pointing this out. So they're asking for 66%. And I think they state in their application that it's 50% OHV related. Am I right on that?
Let's see.
That's what my note says, and you can pull it up
Says-
quicker than I.
We had 154 incidents. 37 of those incidents were related to OHV recreation, so 25% right there.
And see, is the project 100% OHV related? No. What percent is OHV use? 50. So
And then it
they're
says-
asking us to pay for 66% and stating on the application that it's only for 50% is OHV related. I would think if we end up approving it, I would wish to approve it with a reduced amount. Or
split it.
yeah, I think would go off their numbers and reduce the amount.
Thank you. Just like a bribe.
15. And
So, like-
55 by 50% times 66% is 33% is what I would propose when we get to
So
that,
if we
that
did
point, because
4,500, 45,000, because it's 90%.
well, we were going to talk the budget later. We were just
Oh,
going to approve
thank
them
you.
now. I just was bringing up that there's that their OHV use is
Thank you.
less than the percentage of the total project they're asking us to fund. And if we said yes when we come back around, we're gonna have to adjust it because
Yeah.
Looking at their numbers, they're between 15 and 24% of their calls being OHV related. So we're going to have to be in that range, I would suggest.
Here they say 25 to 30.
So
so again, we're in a situation where we have a bunch of conflicting numbers.
Yeah.
They say 50%, but then we do our own math in one spot and it's 10 to 15%.
Well,
So right here, in 2021, SAR had 154 incidents. 25% were related to OHV record, 37 incidents. I think that's pretty much the only data. Historical data.
which is
Right.
24%.
So they're projecting 40, let's see here. SAR projects this will directly impact approximately 120 incidents in the next calendar year. 40% or more will directly involve OHV. So we have 25% factual data projected at 40%. I mean, I would like to use the data we have.
Right.
Mm.
Right. And
But that being said, it was 37 incidents. Washington County is a busy place. San Hall is a busy place. It was 37 incidents of OHV. That itself is a high number.
Mm.
What are they asking for again?
60.
Sorry, what exactly are they asking for?
Oh.
Two
Let me
of
look.
them, Razor Pro 4R, the 45,000.
If they're fast.
So I want to point out real quick,
$5,000.
If- if having a problem with or having discrepancies in the OHV percentage, like if our discussion ends up becoming, well, there's a discrepancy, let's just boot that one, then we're gonna boot all of these because all of them have that problem.
Yeah.
And so I think when we get to
Rachel, do you copy? We appeared to have lost connection.
I can hear you, but I'm not hearing them either.
Yeah, I don't hear him as well.
We're going to ask them to break. I hope there's not a power outage, but yeah, we confirm there's a disconnect from their side. Please stand by.
They're asking for the grant And so if you look at this, it would be 50% match if you look how much money they were actually getting for grant money as opposed to the total grant. And each one of these, I have seen differences of where people are doing the math. They're doing the math incorrectly. We're not being consistent on the math,
Right.
because this should be said 50% match on it. I believe this should be saying 50% at the bottom as opposed to 33%. Don't you agree with me?
Can you pull that up, Rachel?
Yes.
50% of the big money.
Well, you have the total amount, which is the grant money plus the in-kind. You shouldn't take the in-kind. You should take the money that they're the grant money, and that is how much you're working with the figure. And
Right.
that would be.
So you take what they're asking for and adjust it by whatever percent.
Right, and this should be 50% on the bottom as opposed to 33%.
Well, I feel like it should be 75%.
Scroll to the very bottom of your budget.
Yeah, you wouldn't go to the total money of the budget. You would
Right.
go to the total money that they're trying to get.
Right. Oh, sorry. So you're saying
Yeah, I'll take it.
this is what they're asking,
Yes, they're asking to get.
and they're saying
60,000.
it's 50%, and we would adjust that.
Getting 50% of that. And so that should be 50%. If you look at the other grants, other people have done it not that way. They have done it according to how much money they're getting.
Most of them, yeah. And see, that's the whole thing is we're gonna run in circles
Well,
trying
no,
to guess.
all it is the
each
percentage. The percentage. So if you do the math correctly, it should be 50% match. They're doing a 50. They're giving $30,000 and they're asking for $60,000. That's 50%.
Yeah.
Well, it is a $30,000 half match,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
and we haven't funded Washington County. And there's a lot of incidents, even though the percentages of total incidents is low, it's still nearly 40 OHD reps. Incidents. I rated this one really high. I just, looking at total numbers.
So did
Well,
quite a
a
few.
lot of us did add 93.8.
Yeah,
Eric, you're the lowest.
it's, yeah.
Well, yeah, if the totals are coming out as a percentage long, can't you adjust the formula in there to make it?
Well, they must have put, who, did they put that in there?
Okay.
the
So
problem
what you're
is,
saying is,
what's the percentage?
well, isn't there? It's a third. They're paying a third of it, right? I mean, 33%.
They're not
What
putting
it
a
is
percentage that makes
they're
any
asking
sense
for
in the
60.
application. If they were putting in a number
But
that
they're only
made
asking
sense,
$60,000.
then yeah, that
from us,
would
and they're
work,
matching
but-
$30,000. So what they're saying, what it is, they're putting in 50% of what they're asking for. So that's what I'm saying.
Do something anyway.
yeah, we're gonna have to do something at the
They're
end.
asking, if,
I
for example, I'm asking $60,000
Right.
from you,
right.
and I'm gonna match it with $30,000. That's 50% of what I'm asking for.
But we're looking at the total project
But
cost.
that's not the way everybody does it on these grant applications, if you look at them. So I'm just saying that they have been done. I guess what I'm saying is we need to look at this form, because it's not only maybe a little bit confusing for us, but it's confusing for the people that are applying for it. I believe that should say 50% on the bottom, because they're actually matching 50% of what they're asking for.
And we've had that in the past, but usually we say of the total project cost, which I think that's something maybe we should
I
clarify.
wouldn't look at it that way. I look at it at the total cost. Well, the total cost is some of the money they're putting in.
Mhm.
And so I would take that out. It's how much they're asking for and how much they're putting in. If they're asking for 60, they're putting 30 in. That's half of what they're asking for. So, and like I said, if you go back to some of the other forms, they have been done, like I'm saying, other ones have been done this way. And so I think there's some confusion, most definitely confusion on the applicants as they're doing this form.
So, all right. So then how do we want to have it then? Do we want it to be based off the total project costs for
I
it?
think how much we're asking for is, and they're matching.
It depends. It depends on their match. It depends. Most of these are doing 25% match and are saying that their OHV use is 100. Personally, I would say, okay, they wanted to make a 25% match. That's what they claimed. And they're doing that because we tell them that 25% is the threshold at which we're going to consider it more seriously. So in this case, their budget, they're saying that they were contributing a third. They were contributing 33%. Their match is 33%.
And see, I'm saying the match is 50%.
And I get where you're coming from, but
So if you calculate it off of
But-
grand, or you
Are you counting
calculate it
Yeah.
the total amount or
But-
how much actually asking?
Both.
Well,
You take the total. This is how I would do it. From the total project is 90,000.
Mhm.
Okay. They say that they were going to contribute 1/3 of that. Okay. We got two numbers. They also say that half of it's for OHV use. So to me, I would take the 90,000, cut that in half, and say 45% of this project is OHV related. They were planning on putting a third towards OHV or towards their match, right? They said 33% match. So that money that's left over, the 45,000, they said they were contributing a third. Let's let them contribute a third, and we cover the other 2/3. So that's consistent with what they put on their application. But
and see, I'm saying they're giving 50%. If I said, hey, I want you to give 2/3 of what.
but they're, yeah, I mean, it could go either way. We don't know what the intent was. We don't have any of them here.
What I'm saying is
to
we need to
ask them.
clarify that.
Yeah.
We're putting it down because.
And we
people
need to
put
be
it down
consistent.
differently on each one of
We
these
need to be
forms.
consistent
Because I looked
across
at
them.
See, and I believe they're giving 50%. And so even if we take that, cut that off.
But we're
50%,
if we say we're giving them 50%, then we're saying that they're not matching any of the non-OHV related. All of their match is going to OHV related.
I see where you're
Yeah.
coming from. That.
And without them here to argue, it's for us to just decide. And
Also-
again, we can't just say, well, we could just say, well, we'll kick it out. But in that case, we're about done because we'll just kick them all out.
Let's say if you
Yeah.
cut half of that 50% out, it would be
Yeah.
it'd be 25%. I mean, the match is 25% in cash. If you say it's 50% of usage of OHVs, that's the way I calculate it right at.
The way that I look at it is like, okay, they might have misunderstood how we do it, but like if you look at all the other percentages, they all usually most people usually try to hit the 25% mark. So I don't know. It's just like
Right. All the
historically,
rest of them almost,
like
except for one.
Just to jump in here and interrupt for a second, I think that we've debated that the spreadsheet is probably confusing for the applicant to the point of a dead horse.
Yeah.
Is the essence of what the grant is asking for going to help OHV?
yes.
We have 45 calls in Sand Hollow in one of the busiest OHV areas in Utah that they're asking for funds and information for. Is that the essence of what we're trying to do with FIG?
Right.
And so set the math aside. Are they trying to do the right thing? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. And are they trying to protect our OHV users in one of the busiest areas in Utah? And I think that answer is yes. Now, should there be some training on how to manage this spreadsheet and go through that? 100%. I don't disagree with that. But we can debate how the number should look until we're blue in the face. But the reality is it doesn't matter. The application's in front of us and we have to judge it by what it's at now.
I like that thought.
That's a good point. And we started out with, we were going to argue about the numbers later, but yet we're.
Yeah. Why don't
So
we?
let's vote on it
Okay.
for whether or not we like the application. And then when we see where we're at, then See if we need to adjust.
Okay.
Okay.
Tyson,
Yes.
Fred, Eric,
Yes.
Kirk,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
Cheryl. Oh, I think Cheryl left.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
you're
I'm here. Yes.
okay. Brody, Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yep.
Okay, that one passes. All right, now we are moving on to number 12. It's the purchase of OHV for search and rescue response. It's coming from Grand County Search and Rescue. They're requesting $43,297. Total project cost is $57,730. 88.1% in submittable, 25% match.
Any thoughts or discussion? What's our submittable score on this? 88?
Yeah.
Eric,
There you scored the lowest.
you may have some opinions
Did I see?
based on your score.
We can look.
Percentage of OHV use was my thought. And I like the project, it just did a lower.
Yeah, because
So aside from the amount and the percentage use, is there any discussion?
Nope.
Should we vote on it based on that? And then, because I have that exact same comment on every single one of them.
I do want to quickly just check something. Okay. Oh, okay. We funded them for the Argos. Okay. But that was at 3250.
All right, unless there's additional discussion other than the percentage and the amount, then let's vote on it.
Okay. Fred?
Yeah.
Eric?
Yes.
Kirk?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yeah.
Tyson?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to number 13, Wasatch UTV Medbed from Wasatch County Search and Rescue. And then they also, on 14, they have a UTV. So 13 is for, they're requesting $19,415, total project cost of $25,887, 25% match. And then for their UTV, do we want to do these together or separate?
The
Because they're
two med beds. Yeah, let's do them together unless somebody has a differing opinion one to the other. Our submittable scores are similar. So
yeah, 4% away. And then so okay, so the UTV, one of them's for a UTV, one of them's for a med bed. Is $35,750 total. They're requesting $26,813. Again, a 25% match. These are both search and rescue. Again, I just want to look up and see if we funded anything in Wasatch.
I think both side by side.
I thought
One's a 6 seat and one's a yeah. That was my question was, yeah, they need two.
that one was just a med bed. Am I wrong? And then Jason raised his hand.
go ahead, Jason.
So the thing that I noticed on these that was a big red flag was the letters of support were from the applicant themselves. I don't know if that disqualifies them or not, but it seems like a kind of a disqualifying thing if we've told people without letters of support you can't have a grant in the past. So
Okay.
So
They're both side
good
by
point.
side.
Oh.
One's a Yamaha,
One's Canon.
one's a Canon.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wait.
If they themselves provided their support.
Both of them are from the primary and the secondary.
Yeah, that's
Let's look at the other ones. The next one.
just doesn't matter.
They're the exact same letters of support, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to know. Good catch.
Should we vote on it?
Do we,
Okay,
do
both
we,
of them.
So maybe they, never mind.
do we want to?
Do you have a comment, Eric?
Before we process a vote here, isn't there a disqualification for lack of,
Yeah.
shouldn't be
Yeah, so
eligible
that-
for a vote?
Is that an administrative disqualification and you're just taking it off our table to even be considered? Okay.
So then at that
Clearly,
point,
I
think
missed it too.
A
Right.
comment is, like, maybe they should resubmit.
I think they should, because we haven't had anything from Wasatch County for search and rescue or anything in general. Huh? Yeah. So I think there's definitely a need for it. I think just clarifying and being like, hey, we need you to fix this. I don't know why they wouldn't just put them in the same application.
What do they need?
Wow.
I don't know.
Oh.
Okay.
We're not even done.
We have one left.
Yes.
We have one left.
Yeah, but it's the.
You have to do a price on the one, but,
No,
okay.
we're just going about it.
We'll
Okay, number
consider the
16,
prices.
Grand County Emergency Medical OHV Access Program.
That's what we're talking about.
It's taking place in Grand County. They're requesting $34,000, total project cost of $53,903, 37% match, submittable scores of 90.
Another second.
Yep.
Any comments on it?
Medical.
Yeah, let's double check.
Yeah, that was my bad. So they say that 95% of it is intended for OHV use. It says Grand County responded to over 1,600 calls in 2021. 237 were in recreational wilderness areas. Okay.
So 2 motorcycles, 3 AEDs.
Oh.
Riding bags, safety equipment.
I was on a call with this group. Well, one of the riders with us was the reason for a call. And they had a lot of enthusiastic people, and they were all in trucks. I actually had to go out and ride the EMT and double with them. So.
Letters of support are good. One is from the applicant, but there's 2 letters. One's from Ride with Respect, and one is from Steve Bullock, who's within our division.
So just hate to do this, but just spitballing here. Looking at some of the in kind, like I would, is like I'd say you want the in kind to be, I don't want to say relevant, but so like you're purchasing some equipment, right? For search and rescue use.
Mm-hmm.
Is training someone how to do something, let's say like AED training, is that a permissible in-kind use for getting equipment?
So if you're purchasing something, we really can have either things donated, certain, like physical things donated or cash.
Well, see, then that's my point. I guess they have $33.55 in cash.
We've had people in the past with being like, hey, we want an OHV and like we might not have funding for a cash match, but like they'll use in-kind match to subsidize like their total match. So we have had that.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, okay, that is part of the project, would be equipment training for this.
Well, and if we were, I mean, under in kind, response to calls, $200 of in kind, they're probably going to have in kind volunteer doing a lot more than $200 worth.
Yeah.
So it's sketchy.
Yeah,
It's not clear, but
I'm okay with this one.
Yeah.
It just kind of piqued the thought of mine. Like, I just want to make sure that we're just not letting irrelevant in-kind sneak its way in
Yeah.
when there's no catch.
Right.
I will
That's a good point.
say that we did not fund an AED earlier today, and if we want to be consistent,
But this is a search and rescue operation.
The other guys are
The other people were trail work.
Yeah.
They just thought, well, we're out
Oh.
working on the trail. We might as well have an AED just in case.
understandable.
Bunch of guys my age have probably gone, oh, that guy's gonna kick for sure. They gotta be ready.
Should we, is there discussion before we vote on it?
One more thing.
Okay.
This one feels a lot better than. Okay, so Kane County, they asked for 4 machines, 4 e-bikes. That was pretty much it, right? This one, so 2 machines, which feels safely manageable, going in tandem.
Yep.
With the equipment on it. It feels like it was more thought out. Like, we don't need 8 machines. We can still get where we need to be quickly. It didn't feel just like, hey, there's free money. Let's go get as many machines as we can. That's the feeling I got on the other end. But this one feels more like
This is what we need, not this is what we think we can get.
Right.
Yeah.
We're respecting the funds. We thought this out. So if I'm just verbally justifying why I feel better about this one funding motorcycles than I did that other one. So maybe
and they've got a really good picture of a guy with a cheesy smile and a thumbs up on a bike. So that just does it for me.
There we go.
Where's the photos?
I think we need to vote on it then. Okay.
Wait, I wanted to see the cheesy
Oh,
photo.
it was there for a second. There you go.
Who is?
So who is that on the bike? Do you know him? Jason?
No.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
you knew.
I thought, yeah. All right.
No, that's not the only reason, but everything that was discussed plus that picture, I think we're good to go on this one.
The picture was the real game changer. Did I start with Fred? Fred.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric.
Yeah.
Kirk.
Yes.
Ron.
Yes.
Cheryl.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Scott.
Yep.
And Tyson.
Yes.
Okay. So if we look at all of these.
So let's look at the total total original budget before we change any on the search and rescue and see where we're at.
He's got 40%.
Okay, so that's all the search and rescue there.
Yes.
And that comes to, what is that sum there? 100, oh, you're 137, 297.
Yeah.
Um,
Feels better.
That feels a lot better because we're saving some for the next cycle. And I'm hoping that people are watching this and we see more thorough applications that make more sense next time. So I like the idea of leaving some money on the table. Are there any, seeing that number, are there any adjustments that we want to make? Not just seeing that number, but also comment, thoughts that we already had. I know I had thoughts on adjusting a lot of them, but I'm okay kind of pulling those off.
Just one.
Cutting back one
If we were going
machine.
to adjust, that's what I would adjust. They're parking up away from the search and rescue shed. They're putting one in a Connex over by Sand Mountain or whatever. The other by.
Yeah, one's in Warner Valley, the other one puts on the.
Yeah. So I like that they're moving them out closer. But if we were going to adjust anything, I would just move down to one. But I don't know.
Yeah. Do anybody have a strong feeling about adjusting?
We're at 40%.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
Okay. All right. I guess we don't need to deal with that then. Interesting.
Sorry, my numbers are.
Are we really done with the review?
What's on there?
Okay.
Okay. We got more stuff that looks like.
We do.
Next item. We don't need to take a break, right? Or do we? Does anybody need a break?
No.
All right, let's keep moving.
Yeah. So we have.
Next item is an action item. I would entertain a motion to approve the recommendations from our spreadsheet. If there was one.
Second the motion.
Who made the motion?
So I'll make a motion to recommend
Oh, bad.
the big FY23 summer applications. Is that good?
That's great.
Perfect.
Tyson made the motion and
Kirk second.
made the second. Okay. Let's do a roll call on that. So we're all on record.
Yeah. Cheryl?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Fred?
They've got 3 buildings.
Fred? Okay. Eric?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Okay, it passes. So, sorry, I just want to log this in because it logged me out for some reason. And then I can give everyone the overview. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we've actually what is happening? So this time around we funded 654, that number.
I think that means we need to get out and spread the word on trail work.
Same.
Trail maintenance. for this
Yes.
next last portion.
Yeah.
Please do.
There's so much. And we can fund up to $350,000.
And having 6 months till the next
Yeah.
grant cycle, there's plenty of time for people to put something together.
Okay. All right. So on the last, so number 12 on the agenda. This is for the remainder of the year. It's on the last page. Did all this work, everyone.
It's a very nice packet.
Thank you. Do you guys like the packet?
I do like that.
Thanks for the compliments. I appreciate it. Okay.
And how many meetings do we need to have? Are we
So,
looking to fill one each of these months, or
so
how many meetings do we need to have?
So the one in October is going to be a site visit,
Okay. Oh, that's right.
so that we can go out,
Well, we
recreate,
have,
see
we
what.
have RTP.
Yeah. Then we have the fig review, in April, hopefully. I think that's and then in May we still have to do the RTP motorized, and then in August the fig review, and then probably sometime in October another site visit.
We just go each of those months and see
Yeah.
what works. Okay, so the October dates, the 14th and the 21st. Any?
And it can be on the 7th and 28th. Those are just like when there's holidays.
Okay.
So what are we doing on that day?
It's a site visit.
Site visit.
And what site are we visiting?
I don't know yet.
And
Oh, state of Utah.
to be determined.
Yeah.
Oh,
Make a suggestion after the meeting. Tell Rachel where you want to go.
Plan it for me too.
we like
Right.
going with you.
As long as she shows up.
Yes. we
Yeah.
We like Rachel.
Oh, I hope so.
Does anybody have any conflicts with any of those dates?
Yes.
Okay.
May 19th is, right during the Beaver Jet.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
All right. I was just looking at October. Let me.
yeah. What about a
Yeah,
Let's just do 1 month.
Yeah.
Any conflicts with any of those October dates? My wife would probably be upset if I was gone on Halloween.
And I can't.
Well, it's the
do
28th.
28th. It's too close to my birthday.
Okay, Eric can't do the 14th.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
I like the 21st.
I like the 21st too.
Perfect.
Anybody have a conflict with the 21st?
I also don't want to miss Halloween.
I feel like the 7th being having Monday off, people are gonna be. I'm gonna be playing.
Right.
So,
That's
Right.
still pretty good weather right
Yeah.
there.
That's
well, first of all, October, that's as good as it gets.
Right.
Just get that out there.
right.
So what are we looking at?
The 21st, October 21st.
No,
No.
I'll be on the mountain.
Okay.
For a site visit?
Where do you want to take us on a site visit where whatever mountain you're going to be on?
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of.
What
Mentoring my granddaughter.
about the 7th? Because if we do a site visit, like we'll probably drive. It won't be a weekend long thing unless we want to have a weekend long thing, but that might be a little excessive.
Oh, is he?
No, but if
Yeah.
I think
Come back on the.
kind of the thought was if people have Monday off, they're more likely to
4-day
have
weekend,
like a
maybe.
3 or 4 day weekend, and we might want to do that with
7th?
other. Yeah,
Yeah,
Eric has a conflict on the 14th.
How
but
come
that's
not
okay. I don't need
How come
to.
not the 28th?
Yeah, what's wrong with the
I like the
20?
20th.
Oh,
It's not
October
Halloween.
28th isn't Halloween.
Oh wait,
Okay, I'm good with the 28th.
I have a conflict. I think I'm going to be in the field that whole week for a grant workshop tour to promote this.
Well, how about if we
Okay.
showed up and visited that? grant
Where's it at?
They're working on that, but I can update everyone.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fine. I'll just play down where we're gonna have the
7th.
so what did we decide on? The 7th.
The 7th.
Okay. I'll cross out the.
I've already circled the 21st. Let's get up through the day.
So what day? October 7th.
7th. Fred, Tyson, Jason,
I already have that prior Monday off, so that'll be a 3-day work week for me.
Scott.
I'm game.
Who am I missing? I've got, Cheryl. Brody, Cheryl, Fred, Eric, Jason. I did. All right, people, I'm just sending out an invite now. It's on everyone's calendar. The 7th, site visit. Okay.
That's out there, ways.
We're gonna do it.
it.
Better to get it on there now.
Yeah, and you'll put it on the calendar that shares with us, so that
Yeah, I'm putting it
it'll
on
just
there now.
show up here, and I won't schedule things on top of it.
Yes,
Okay.
I just sent an invite.
Okay.
All right. So tax day.
April. Does anybody care about tax day? I work for a CPA firm, and I love and I don't do taxes, so I love taking off days because everybody else is stressed and I'm
They're
heading
okay.
out the door.
Fridays, that way.
You do taxes, don't you?
I have-
Oh, for some reason I thought that you were.
I work for mental health. So that's a bad day for some people.
Right. We can.
He's definitely an increase.
It sounds to me like it's going to be a bigger affair here real soon too. Tax day.
Not for me, I'm
Because they
I'm
hired
mental health. We
80,000
don't
new
care about
IRS
that.
agents.
Yeah. So what do we not go there?
What are we thinking on that?
All right. Does
Yes.
anybody care about those tax dates? 14th. It doesn't matter to me.
The 14th. We'll celebrate our tax returns or.
Right.
Let's-
Everybody file your taxes early
Let's
enough to have
actually
your
do the
return by then.
21st.
21st.
Because I already have something on my calendar.
21st.
Yeah, I haven't.
You have something on the
I have a
calendar in
Utah
April of
Trails Forum
2023.
Advisory Committee meeting.
So what day is it now?
21st. Okay. All right.
This is for spring, right?
May 2023 is an RTP review. Can we not what?
Yeah.
The 19th is the Fever Jamboree that Phil and I will be at.
Okay.
And can we not do a Monday, please?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I prefer
Hold
Friday.
on.
Nobody wants to go back to work after. At least
No.
I don't. After.
There we go.
26th
Is the 26th the problem?
Weekend.
Oh yeah, and it's my son's birthday.
And my daughter's
And
22nd
school
is my
just
son's
got
birthday,
now.
too.
Actually, that's the last day. No, the day before is the last day of school for us. So
April?
So RTP
Oh,
review.
Lord, maybe not.
So,
What are we doing now?
RTP.
Oh, yeah.
Is that one is a quick one, isn't it?
it was this last year. It hasn't
What if we
always
did
been.
it Thursday night, just all on.
Online. 18th or 25th.
18.
Well, May 18th again will be in Beaver.
So 25th.
So it'd have to be May 25th or May 18th.
You just
The
said
same
you
May
can't.
18th you just said no to?
Yeah, May.
Or is there a difference?
May.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, we could do May 22nd if it's in the evening online. But we did that
Yeah,
on
Monday.
May
online.
22nd.
Monday online.
online.
Okay.
Good with that.
We'll do
So Monday,
5.
22nd.
They're going to be no drafts on this.
There better be.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, there are going to be people come and say, hey, well, there's money out there. We want some. So what date in August could be this or May?
Good, then
May
on
22nd.
May 22nd.
Online, right?
Yep. Virtual.
And I'm just telling you in August, the 18th and the 25th, there's this jamboree and the Cedar City potentially.
We were able to make this one work pretty good.
If you want to make this
I'd love to come back. Yeah.
come back down.
I
I'm
didn't
good with
mind
that.
it.
If I can.
I think it's a good thing to get everyone to do a jamboree, see what really goes on in a lot of the jamborees.
So
We
if
could
you want to do Friday,
plan
August
it out
15th,
longer.
But it have
Or 2 days before.
to
No.
be online.
I invited you, didn't think.
I like travel on that.
So let's do the-
Is everybody good with the 18th?
Yeah.
August?
18th of August.
Okay.
Panguitch.
Big fiscal year 24.
All right.
For one.
October 2023. My calendar doesn't go that far, but I'm sure I don't have anything.
Let's do the 27th.
Why does it say 21?
From this October.
I don't know what the site is. Maybe the site visit is
I'm sorry,
23.
we're doing October.
We were doing the 7th.
What if we did October?
Where?
6th?
Hey, thanks everybody. 22. Hey, thanks for coming down. Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, Brett.
See ya.
I'd
Oh.
prefer to do it later.
That was my fault.
So let's do 20th.
October 20th
Site visit.
for a site visit.
You be totally honest.
I mean, it all
A year out,
is
I'm not.
irrelevant to me.
It's irrelevant.
It's more
so
so
far
just
out.
getting something on your calendar so that we can just be like,
So that we
okay.
don't schedule over the top of it.
What about October 13th?
I don't.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Just send me out when you
Okay.
guys are having activities.
So the 13th.
Just trying, guys. Just trying to make everyone's lives easier.
This has been a very.
This would, I tell you what, having these
Thanks.
dates is a huge, like, peace of mind for the rest of my year.
Well, I hate whenever
Because
we're
we do them like one by
Rachel,
one,
send
and then I'll
out.
make a note, and then I'll forget the note, and then I'll put it in my calendar, and then I'll get the
Yeah.
email.
Sarcastic right there.
So I'll have like two of them, and I'm not sure which one is mine and which one is the one Rachel put in. And then this is
Make
good.
sure and get in there and request that they move, so you'll
Yeah.
your schedule.
Oh yeah. Well, no, don't just do that. Just do a duplicate on a different day, and then I don't know what to do.
All right.
Okay.
That was just
Item
information.
completed. Next item, division update from Chase.
Obviously,
Do we
Chase
need
is
to
not
get him
here.
on the phone and have him do something, or we're good, right?
Honestly,
Or do you have a division update? Can you represent?
I'll have him write us an email.
Okay, I'm good with that.
That'd be great.
Because honestly, like for me, I've been out of it and like I have no idea what's going on in the division. I'm just focusing on my work. Email.
All right. Next item, other business and write-in accidents and criminal activity on trails. This
And-
has my name on it.
Ride and accidents.
not
Sorry,
sure.
that's my bad. Writing
And
or
Brody's
just
name. Did you have something, Brody?
Well, so we just in the past 2 or 3 months, there have been several accidents just down here in the south, and some criminal activity. We've had a death up at Big John's Flat. Rider was not wearing a helmet, not wearing a seatbelt, and when they found him, well, he was wearing a seatbelt, but they did have to clear away all the dirt bags from the machine. We had on the Paiute Trail, a person coming around the corner, and another machine going way too fast, flipped an ATV and injured, eventually even permanently, a person's foot. Cedar Breaks, just in the past week or so, a head-on collision between two OHVs that were going way too fast around the blind corner. And then up in Marysville, up on the Box Creek, one of the Box Creeks, had people out on non-motorized areas making their own trails. And so it's some of the ATV clubs have asked that, hey, what can the council, I know we can't do a whole lot about it, but what can we do, especially on the criminal activity side of things? What can we do? And so I know that we don't fund law enforcement, but can we fund some aspects of law enforcement, including things like funding some a tip line where people can, if they see illegal activity happening, that there people, if somebody's prosecuted, that person that made the tip can be rewarded.
kind of like with poaching.
Like with poaching, the Paiute Trail Committee does $1,000 reward on the Paiute Trail if they report illegal behavior and it's prosecuted. So what can we do statewide we're already in some areas facing an uphill battle with OHV use, Moab, potentially Marysville down the road at some point. There's other places that are struggling to keep people from going so fast and breaking the law, going off trail. What can we do to we don't want to call it ratting people out, but we need to have some kind of a system in place statewide. And maybe this is the group that can help fund that at the end of the year. If there's leftover funds, what can we do about that? We can't do a whole lot about necessarily the deaths and the accidents on the trail, but the illegal behavior, I think there's things that potentially we could do. And it may even involve whatever we need to do to change some of the rules on the big grants to provide some access for accessing some of these funds with law enforcement if it's OHV related. That really is access protection. And so what do you guys' thoughts?
I prefer that coming from education, but and peer type pressure. I think we could improve that a little bit. And what I have seen at least my feeling, the peer pressure has much better effect on the legal action as opposed to law enforcement end, because the law enforcement end is so far out and away from it. I don't know how you would fund that, and I'm not sure which direction we should go and how you would implement that, but I don't know if you start with clubs. I don't know.
So, for example, when we were up at the Marysville Jamboree and we caught people out riding on non-motorized areas, we called, Greg called the forest ranger for that area. We waited and took pictures and video of these people running around, destroying non-motorized areas.
Talk to them.
And well, so that's one of the things is you don't necessarily confront.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know if you confront. I understand that some of them you'd say, hey, but
Hey, Rachel, or
the
sorry,
law
you're
enforcement
Rachel.
we waited
Always.
an hour
Is
and
Cheryl
15
still on
minutes
there?
and law
I think
enforcement
so.
still was not able to make it there in time. before we-
Cheryl
I'm
is.
gonna ask her a question.
So we gave law
There she
enforcement
is.
copies of all of the video and pictures, but
Cheryl,
there's no prosecution that will be happening because they could never catch them.
your hair
So-
color is different than mine. Why do they
Most
get us
people
so
would have just driven
confused?
on And not paid attention to it, not worried about it,
Stupid.
but we've got to, at the state, somebody needs to incentivize getting law enforcement involved when it needs to happen. Maybe that's this group, maybe it's not.
So I've got a comment on that. So, we've got a lot of stuff coming right now, right? We've got all the education that's going to bring all this up again. We've got the license plates coming out. We've got, I think there's some things that are definitely working in this direction. The thing that would scare me right now with some of this that could be perceived as negative and some some portions of our user group. But I mean, it's rightly so. I mean, we should be going after them if they're not being responsible. But you're going to find that group right there, they probably just didn't know how serious it was that they needed to stay on the trip. It looked fun, and so they did it. And education's
They
always
saw one set of tracks. It's like that. Okay, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, and
Basically, when before we got to it, we're sitting there flipping brodies on top of the dam.
uh-huh.
And all of a sudden we look down and there's one sitting out, clear out in the middle of the mud. And then here comes another one and starts pulling him out,
Which is
spinning all the way, trying to get him out. Here come three more and they went up through the sagebrush and everything else. One slid down into the lake. And then the one they got out and stuck, he comes driving along the lake there to go past him. And all of a sudden he slides down into the four-wheeler. So we kind of sit there trying to figure out how we're going to get their license number or the plate. Well, they never left. They stayed clear on the other side from us.
and they commenced to our drinking. So again, law enforcement was, if they even showed up, it was at least an hour and a half out before law enforcement get there.
When I talked with Brian Carter and all that stuff, he called the LEOs, they call them. And he said he's on his way, but he's out, don't know where he's at, and he said he can't answer his phone while he's driving, so
I think and it just takes one of these kind of pictures to get out to Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance or some other group, and it damages all of us. But if we're not willing to police our own, whether it's through some kind of a tip line where you can be rewarded for reporting these kind of behaviors, or if you're brave enough and well armed to confront these kind of people, then what's going to happen? We're allowing places to be shut down by our inaction, and so we've got to figure out something. I know it may be offensive to some groups and riders, but if you're not breaking the law, it's not offensive. If you're breaking the law, it's offensive, and so, but it's offensive to me when areas get shut down, when groups get a hold of these kind of pictures online. If you take a look at UTV Utah, how often are we seeing pictures on Facebook of people riding their OHVs down Interstate 15, or where they're riding in places that they shouldn't be, just about a month ago, over 50-inch machines caught in Casper Canyon, and they lied about it on UTV Utah on their Facebook page. And so it took a concerned person here in Garfield County that recognized that's Casper Canyon, that's a 50-inch trail, and to get the county sheriff involved. But if not, they were so proud of the fact they're riding in these larger than 50-inch machines up Casper Canyon. And all of the comments were, oh, that's a beautiful place. Oh, that's a wonderful place. The only ones that said anything were people from this club here in Panguitch and a couple other Southern Utah clubs saying, you're riding in a 50-inch area, larger than 50-inch machines, shame on you. And so, but we've got to do what we can to protect our access, whatever that may be. And so that's just my 2 cents. I don't know what we can do as a council or what we should do as a council or can do.
The Tiger Trail, we offer a $1,000 reward after they're prosecuted. So if somebody's willing to turn somebody in and they get prosecuted, we will pay them a $1,000 reward.
Does it happen?
Well, so far I haven't known the check out.
Yeah.
We've got it on all our kiosks and everything else. Back in put the sign up.
If this were statewide and made a big deal of, then there might be more people saying, hey, $1,000 is worth taking some pictures and video and getting ground license plate numbers and whatever. So,
Right. Well, and hopefully, like Brett was saying earlier, with the license plates where you can now identify a vehicle from a distance and you can send a picture in. Cheryl, are you on still?
I am.
Okay. Cheryl, remember back when, and maybe they still do this, but back when when I first started getting involved up at Forest Lake, and we were having lots of trouble with Jeeps and trucks going and bogging through the middle of the lake when the water was low, and your agency would tell us that to take pictures and turn them into you, and they could be turned over to law enforcement. Can you tell us about how or if that worked at all?
You know, I think it definitely worked. There were some instances where we may not have been able to follow up with citations, but I'll tell you, it still does go a long way to have a law enforcement officer contact you and let them know, hey, we were given pictures and videos of you doing this. And just because then it does give you kind of this feeling that like, oh man, people are out there using information. They're sharing this. They're actually in contact with the land management agencies and law enforcement. I think it just puts people a little more on their toes instead of just feeling like it's kind of a free for all out there, right? So I don't know that it necessarily always has to end up in citation, but I do know our law enforcement officers have followed up on multiple instances where we've gotten reports from folks. I mean, one of them was my time off. I was out on the forest and I watched people pulling out fence posts and driving through with their ATVs and putting the fence posts in, and I took pictures of all of it. And because I was on my spare time, but that one I know for sure actually went to court because I was able to get enough identifying pictures, not only of the vehicle and the license plate, but who the individual was. That can be kind of the hard part, is it may not be the same person on the vehicle that is tied to the license plate. So that can cause a challenge. But I mean, I would absolutely say that can happen. The hard part is, as all of you guys know, law enforcement is super limited. I do know there are things happening to improve the law enforcement capacity. In fact, I know the state even is adding some more state rangers, if that's correct, Rachel, that will be assisting both on state and other land management agencies, I think is the hope. I think that's a pretty new process they're looking at. But honestly, I'll go back to what I've said all along. I feel like we need to find a better way to incentivize our clubs and our groups that are out there. What are their incentives for helping us with these education messages? And I know some states actually have things where like people that do a certain amount of hours can get discounts to different retailers or things like that. I mean, we ask a lot of our clubs, our groups, our associations, right? Not only like they're out there riding for fun, but then they're also helping with trail work and education. And oh, hey, by the way, we also need you to be our eyes and ears for law enforcement. That's a lot. It's a lot. And if there's ways we could incentivize those folks a little more, it doesn't always need to be pay, but I think that would go a really long way as well. Because they're fantastic eyes, ears, and then you still do need to have the law enforcement and to follow through things.
Yeah. So that type of thing. I mean, if with the new plates coming out, if there was some sort of a campaign, I would, if I saw a grant application come through, particularly if it was endorsed by the OHV program to do some
kind of
commercials or something about these, about House Bill 180. Hey, there's these new plates coming out. You got your plate in the mail, and talk about some of the ways that can help with law enforcement. I don't know, but it's probably what I'm saying is it's probably a really good time to be able to jump into that, because there's all of a sudden a new tool, and there will be fresh education. So it should be fresh on a lot of people's minds. I don't have an answer, but I think it's a great time to.
See, we had a big problem and cut down. We went to the barriers and all that stuff, because they kept pulling the poles apart, and they just get wider and wider and wider. And so we went to aluminum type poles, steel poles, and filled them full of cement and everything else. Now they've gone in with hacksaws and cut them off. So now we went out and put signs on that says "Smile, you're on candid camera." And now we're moving our cameras around. They don't know where the cameras are.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and probably even just the sign, whether there's a camera there or not, just the sign.
That's why we put the signs.
Because that's
we're
what,
putting them on all the poles that are aluminum, that stuff.
Yeah, in my industry, I do forensic accounting, and when it comes to fraud, the biggest deterrent is having people think somebody's watching them. Whether you're watching them or not is irrelevant. If you can convince an employee that you're watching what they do, they're not going to steal from you at the same rate as if they think nobody's watching. That's the number one.
Question now.
That's the number one thing. If they think they're being monitored, they're, so.
No,
I mean, the trail cam is great, but even the sign is.
I can tell you some incidents that we were recording. And the guy, I don't know, we still alive.
Yeah, we are. It's still
I won't tell the story before we're done.
Sounds good.
But Ron, I think to your point, that was what I was kind of saying. I think a lot of times we're like so focused on like, oh, they've got to have a citation. But again, just to be contacted by like an officer from any of the different entities or a county or anything like that, and to have people know that like, oh man, like I didn't see any law enforcement out there that day, but I did see a lot of other Jeep, users or OHV users. And that kind of gets people thinking like, there's other people out here watching than just someone in uniform. And I think that's an important thing to try to figure out. How do we incentivize that? How do we build off of the program Mike Thomas is doing, right? The education efforts, it all ties together.
Yes. Any other additional business?
Ron, I put a comment in the comments, but I know everybody's like, where are the trail work projects? But I will just say, I think we should keep our expectations pretty low for most of the land management agencies or folks like that who are doing field season to actually put in an application for the July cycle. It's not like, I know for our forest, there's no way that would even happen with everything they're trying to do out on the ground with actually getting the work done and implementing the grants and things like that. So I wouldn't be discouraged. I would just realize that that's probably timing wise for trying to get all the prep work and an application in. We're probably not going to see a lot of those projects for this cycle. So I wouldn't be discouraged. I think they'll be coming.
Good. Thank you.
They better be.
They will be. I can tell you even from our forest, they will be. And I've been having conversations at the regional office on how we get the message out, because I did let them know, I was like, the motorized grants on RTP came in super low. FIG still got funding. And I told them, I'm like, they want to see work projects. And so I'm trying to advocate within the Forest Service to see more of those projects. I just think they'll be spring applications, not this summer one.
New trails.
New trails.
Or trails. Yes. We've worked on the ones that are there already.
Yes. No, and even we're talking, we're trying to talk about more of the things you guys have talked about with some of those lower level class roads, trying to get work on some of those. And I feel like there's a lot of folks that still aren't very familiar with FIG on other forests in the state. And so anyways, I've been trying to work with our regional trails coordinator to see how I can help spread that message more within the agency so that hopefully we'll see more projects.
Great.
Thank you.
More trails.
More trails.
Cheryl, have you talked to anyone on the Ashley, like Don Jakes?
No, I haven't. And that's kind of what I was asking our regional coordinator is how can I be in better touch with folks? How can I help them understand more? And so Rachel, I think later this fall, we'll probably be reaching out to you to just see what we might be able to do that way. Because Larry has Larry has all the contacts with folks in the region. It's just a matter of pulling us all together.
That good conversation with Susan Ipop, Chief of New Ashley Board Supervisor out here. I'm in meetings with her probably once a month. And there's a lot going on up on the gorge and the Ashley Forest in Uinta County. None of it's wilderness. All the wilderness is in Dushan County, Summit County. So
yeah, I
really think that there's great opportunity in the Flaming Gorge district of the forest over there to do some of this big money for nature.
Agreed. Yeah, that's what I was telling our regional dispersed trails manager. I was like, I know there's tons of projects out there, so we've got to figure out why we aren't seeing more applications for that kind of work, because the council wants to see that kind of work. So what do we need to do to bring more proposals to the table? So
You know Chrissy Groves?
yeah.
So I think she would be another great person to talk to on. There's a whole south part of the, actually, I guess you could say, like Carbon County, Duchesne County. None of that's wilderness.
Right.
So,
no, there's tons of potential.
It's forest and not wilderness. Should be trails.
Yeah.
So,
Should be trails.
We're working on the first leg of that too, on that south side, and ultimately, I think most of you should have seen the article in the news about the shooting that happened. It was right in that area where we're trying to get a connector so we don't have people straying onto the tribe and having problems.
Great. That's great.
All right. Well, I would be thrilled to entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting 34
So
minutes.
moved.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Eric makes the motion. Any second? Fred? Second? And I don't think we need to vote, but thank you all for coming with us and doing a long day and getting all these grants gone through. Thank you.